Access granted. Transferring data. Activated.
Good morning. I'm two-fisted drinker this morning. I got 2 cups. I'm ready to go. In it for the long haul. How's everybody doing this morning? It's Monday morning. That means it's Peter versus Machine. I'm your host, Peter Adkison, and I am here to play and teach and learn Civilization 6. I got to do my caveat. I am not a guru, expert, world-class Civ 6 player. Um, there's when people talk about playing six, they always say, "Oh, I play emperor, I play king, I play deity." These are all levels of like how good, how tough is it, and the scales on a 1 to 8 scale. The highest is deity. The second, that's an 8. 7 is immortal. 6 is emperor. So I play at level 6, which is solid. I have about a 50-50 track record of winning at level 6. So, I mean, that seems like a good place for me to be. If I get to a point where I'm always winning at level 6, then I'll go to level 7. And maybe I'll get there. Maybe I won't. Who knows? So, hey, I hope everybody had a good weekend. Say hi in chat. I like to see who's here. I'm doing this because I think it's fun and want to hang out and play games. It took me about a year to figure out what you're supposed to do on Twitch. And I realized, hey, play games and hang out and chat. I can do that. I love talking about games, so that's what I'm doing in this show. All right, so let's I guess we'll just get into it. Yeah, what else is there to do? Let's just play. All right, so I am going to switch to a better scene. There we go. I love that I've been learning how to do all this fancy OBS stuff in the streaming. Last time we went right into how to create a new game and started playing because I knew I had a lot to say, and so I just wanted to like get into it. I didn't talk about how just a little bit of like, if you haven't played Civ 6, maybe it's useful to start with the main menu, like when you first run Civ 6, and what is it you see? Okay, a lot of it's self-explanatory, of course. You hit single player, it's gonna give you a choice of resuming your last game or loading a new game, creating a game, etc. You can do multiplayer. You can go on the cloud and play with other people. You can play on internet. You can create a private game that's just you and your friends, but played over the internet live. It's a little tricky, but like you gotta. I'm playing a game with Owen and Daniela down in Vegas, and it is with D, of course, here. And it's a little. It took us a while to get to where we always know. I don't think we're still not there. We still don't. We always struggle a little bit, like getting started, but it works now, and we're having a lot of fun. Hot seat, by the way, is how I play with just D and I. My wife and I sit and play Civ 6. That's just one computer, one monitor, and we're just passing the keyboard back and forth, the mouse back and forth. Okay, so game options. This is probably. Yeah, I clicked on game options here. I did it so fast. It went. Anyway, a couple things about game options. Just kind of let you know how I like to set tiny clans. Hi, hello, Jello. Okay, Jello back. I guess. I assume you mean hello. Either way, it's good. Hello, Jello. Either way, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so here are the settings I use for game options. Quick combat and quick movement are, when you first start, you might disable these just if you enjoy watching the animation of units moving around on the map, but it's not going to take long before you're like, nah, just let's do quick, keep things moving just because it's faster. Auto intern, I encourage disabling that. I like to explicitly hit that my next turn, as opposed to like, wait, I had more stuff I want to do. Mainly because you spend a lot of time just looking at your cities and looking at the map and looking at stuff like that. So it's good to be able to have that control of when your turn ends. City ranged attack turn blocking is whether you want it to warn you of opportunities you have for your cities to attack barbarians or other civs. So I think I like playing with that enabled. Tuner, if you don't want to deal with the whole achievements thing, like like if you've played Steam games, there's lots of different achievements you can get. Like I won with this particular civ. If you enable the tuner, then it disables the achievements. The auto download additional content. This is if you play in a multiplayer game and whoever set up the game had certain mods installed, then you can, if this is enabled, it'll automatically download those so you can play. But if you're learning Civ, you might want to enable the advisor. At some point you'll know it well enough that it becomes annoying, which is, I guess I'm barely that good. I find the advisor annoying. And I recommend taking turns between autosaves and setting them to 1 so that it saves your game every single turn. So if something happens, you have your own sort of honor code, or the way play style I think is fair of like what sort of situations would you feel okay about backing up a turn. Mine is if I do something, if I misunderstood a rule, I will, and I'll do that here while I'm streaming. If something happens where like, oh, I didn't understand, I thought this worked differently than that. If I didn't know better, I would never have done that. Then I'll go back up a turn. But of course, if I send my settler off in the wilderness unprotected, and all of a sudden there's a barbarian there, and the barbarian captures a settler, okay, well that's on me. I'm not going to back up because of that. I Love Civ, been playing ever since the first one that was introduced to me at school. Wow, nice. I'm actually kind of a latecomer to Civ. I never played, my first Civ was Civ 5. I played Civ 5 a lot. Now I've been playing Civ 6. There's a big, there's every game that has different versions. There's always the big debate. There's the people like, oh no, they destroyed it, they screwed it up, and they went from this edition to that edition. I'm not immune to that sort of feeling. I admit it took me a while to get warm up to Civ 6. When I first got into it, the topic of city planning, which is, we're going to talk today a lot about city planning, I hated that. It's like, oh, this is a pain in the ass. I don't want to deal with this. I went back to Civ 5, played Civ 5, then, a year or two later, so okay, I'll give it a try again. I got over being upset about it, and now I like it. Now I'm like, okay, I like Civ 6. Which do I like better? I don't know. They both, I like them both about the same at this point. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I would turn that autosaves to 1 every turn. Maximum 10, 20, whatever you think. And then this stuff down here is for playing on a cloud with web. I don't understand that stuff. I haven't used that. Okay, let's graphics. You got to set your graphics to what your GPU is that you're using, your resolution of your monitor. This should figure this stuff out for you automatically. If not, good luck. Okay, UI upscaling. This is important if you have like today for streaming, so I can maximize what you can see on your viewing device after it goes through Twitch. I set the UI upscaling at the maximum, which is 200%. What this is how big to make the user interface elements relative to the size of the screen. And so I set it high for streaming. I also set it high when I'm playing with D, because D needs to get her eyes fixed. Okay, let's just be honest. But if you go, in fact, I think I can do that. If I set it to 100 and confirm, you can see how small it just got for relative to the size of the screen. Okay, so 150 is here, and that's what I usually play on for myself. And 200. My friend Steve's on here, and he'll remember CJ having our old friend having this super tiny, everything really shiny on the screen. Like, how the hell do you see it? Anyway, You don't mind any of them. All right, cool, good. Okay, so windowed mode, I have this set up so that it is a window. You can also go full screen, I'm not going to play with those right here. I'm not sure what will happen given that the OBS, the streaming software I'm using, setup. And I don't know what I don't have any recommendations on this anti-aliasing thing. I have the audio control. This is all self-explanatory. I have master volume turned off so that because I'm talking over the stream, I don't want to be competing with the music. You don't want that either. This is what language you have. Interface. This has some important things in it. Let's see. Start in strategic view. I don't remember what that does actually. Well, I have it disabled. Strategic view is one of the views of the map, and yeah, I recommend having that disabled. You can always look at the strategic view map, and if I remember, I'll show you when we're in the play what that is. I certainly don't want to lock my mouse to the window because I need to have my mouse go over here and and play around with OBS stuff, which I'm actually had to be very careful about. This is fun. This is doing this. Okay, always open the production queue. When you produce units, there's the option of whether if you go to city, it's already producing stuff, you add some, and you say, oh, produce this. Do you want that to be produce this instead of what you're already producing? Or do you want this to be, when you finish that thing, start producing this next? That would be a queue, production queue. I have that enabled, but you may want to have it disabled. Replace hold to drag clips. Let's see. This is there's a lot of things that I do where you're like moving units. You can select a unit and then go drag effectively to where you go, or you can have it do clicks instead. It's just a different way of moving certain units and stuff. I prefer that disabled. Auto unit cycling. I go back and forth on this one. This is when the main thing you're going to do during your move, one of the main things is go through each unit you have and decide what to do with that unit, okay? And so when you're done with one unit, do you want it to automatically go to the next one? That's more efficient in that you're not having to click on the next unit button each time. But what can happen is you can do something like, oh, I'm going to enter the hex where there's a tribal village and see what the goodie is. But as soon as you enter it, the computer takes over and moves you to another unit that's clear across the map, and you didn't quite see what happened. So I rather go ahead and click and go to the next unit, even manually click. And showing the yields in the HUD ribbon. This is I like to show the yields of all the hexes. You can also, there's a hotkey that can turn this on and off while you're playing too. But that is when you're looking at the hexes, the map, being able to tell what the yield is of each hex in terms of, or tile as they prefer. Is it how much food, how much production, how much culture, that sort of thing like that. I leave it on all the time for I think it's especially appropriate for while I'm teaching the game. Maybe it does make the map look a little bit less pretty because it's got all these tiny little icons all over the place, but it's just more playable. Then there's stuff on tool text and scrolling speeds. I think those are the interesting parts. Here's all the key bindings. These are stuff you can do with hotkeys, basically, yeah, and what they are. And under application, there's a fun video that it shows whenever you load up after you've seen it 10 or 20 times. You can disable it here so that you don't have to watch it all the time. Okay, let's go back to there is a world builder where you can go and build stuff. There's a tutorial here, so I certainly recommend. Civ 6 is complicated enough that you're not going to learn everything watching me or watching whoever, right? To learn this game and get good at it, you're going to have to watch different people. There's also a tutorial that you can watch. Okay, so additional content. I want to talk about this. This is mods. And you might be like, hey, Peter, I'm just learning the game. I just want to stick with the basics. I don't want to think about modifying the game. Yes, you do. Okay, so hear me out. First of all, I'm not talking about mods that change the game. I'm using one mod that changes the game and about 20 mods that just improve the user interface. And because what, with the open systems, what's happened is that the community has gone through and said, hey, we really need to be able to look at our cities this way, or we need to be able to look at resource, the functionality for looking at stuff, at information, because you're managing an empire, and at first it's kind of simple, but very quickly it's going to become very, very complex. And so having good ways of looking at information is really, really useful. So let's talk about mods a little bit, and then I'm not going to go through all the ones I use, but I'm going to give you a list so you can come back, and I want to do it now at the beginning of our time together today, so that in the future, if you're ever curious, like, well, what mods, that was a long list, you're not going to be able to memorize them while I'm talking, but you can come back and watch this video and scrub to it and see what mods I'm using. Okay, so let's, first of all, what I wanted to do was be able to have you watch me in Steam, but I failed my tech role and wasn't able to get it so that I could stream what I see on my Steam window. So I took screenshots, and I'm going to go to our PowerPoint slide, besides any excuse to go to PowerPoint, right? Okay, so here's my PowerPoint. If you were with me last week, you got to endure some PowerPoint. I'll try not to use this too much, but I think it helps to have some stuff, some slides to look at once in a while. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show you is how to add a mod, because it's really pretty easy now. It wasn't always this. You're not having like the old days, having to go into MS-DOS and find a certain file in a certain folder and load it into a text editor and stuff like that. No, you don't have to do that. It's all seamless in Steam. So this is my Steam window. If I go to the library, and then here press on Workshop, you see the option with the red box. The red box you won't see in Steam. This is my trying to highlight something. You go to Workshop from your library menu. Then you end up in there we go. You end up in the community section in the Workshop tab, and there is a search button, because there are literally, I looked, like almost 8,000 mods for this game. Okay, so obviously I didn't go and try all these mods. I started with a list that Marbazier, who's a Civ streamer online, recommended. In fact, if you're wondering who did I say, hold on, I will come back to that. I'm going to have a recommendation list of streamers to watch. Anyway, so on this page, here in the you type in the name of the mod, and then it goes down here, it pops up, and it lists all the different mods as big rectangles. I typed in remove nukes. This is the one mod I use that is not just a user interface thing, but actually changes the game. It gets rid of nuclear weapons. So you click on that, and then next screenshot. In my case, it shows that I'm subscribed. If you aren't subscribed to that mod, this button that says saying subscribe, it will say subscribe like question mark or yes or something like that. You click on this, you click on the button, and then you're subscribed. Great, awesome. Okay, that's what you do in Steam. And then okay, so let me take us back to our default way of looking at things. Okay, so here under additional content in the main menu, if I go to mods, it lists all the mods, like expansions are on here, like Gathering Storm, Rise and Falls, Australia, Aztec. I mentioned this last week, but I'll mention it again. If you're wondering which expansions I'm using all of them. I'm using the leader pack, everything that has officially come out for Civ 6 is in here, because Well, because I'm that sort of guy. I gotta have the latest and greatest. Okay, and then the ones that have a little blue, look like three meeples, these are all the mods that have been asked. And so here you can go in and see all the mods, and you can enable or disable them. I've got one of them disabled, Hillier Hills, because I replaced it with another one. And I wanted both for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, okay, now that I've shown you that, I'm going to... so that's where you make sure that where you can turn on or off your mods. And I'm going to go back now to PowerPoint and show you that here is the list of mods that I'm using. It's called My Favorite Mods. There's a lot of mods here. I'm not going to go through them all. Most of them just improve the UI in significant ways. I'm going to mention 3 of them that if you don't at least do these 3, do yourself a favor. Detailed map tax, extended policy cards, and quick deals. And I should put quick deals first. That is really, really important. So while we're playing, I'm going to try and remember to show you how amazingly useful those 3 at least are. Okay? All right. Oh, I mentioned my favorite Civ 6 YouTubers are Marbazir, Ursa Ryan, Potato McWhiskey. They're all great, and they all play way better than I do. And so if you want to, I'm trying to target what I'm doing more towards somebody who just wants to learn Civ or just kind of getting into it or wants a refresher. But if you want, and also these guys have great tutorials that you can watch. They're typically by a topic, like, where to settle your first city. A very, very excellent topic that I kind of glossed over in last week because it is kind of like when you're first starting, better not to worry about it right off the bat, but soon you're going to want to come back and really study the topic of where to settle your first city, where to settle cities in general, period. Anyway, so good guys to follow. And all right, I think all right, let's go back and look at the game. Let's load the game up and see what's happening here. See where we left off. Okay, back to a player. I admit I was a little nervous about whether I could do all this jumping around live on Twitch and have it come out right. And I think we're doing okay. Yeah, just checking things. Just wheels haven't fallen off yet. All right, so I'm gonna load a game. PVM, Peter vs. Machine Canada, turn 66. This is where we left off last time. See if this loads up. See if it looks familiar. Make sure I got the right game. One of those mods, by the way, just makes this information accurate. like when you first run Civ, you load up, you've got your leader, there's this little splash page that keeps you entertained for a moment while it's doing the loading all the information that you need. And the thing is that it was probably written when the game first came out, and they've changed things, they've added things, the developers have modified things, whatever. So one of the mods just keeps this bit of information accurate and up to date. That's all it does. All right, so I can't wait to get ice hockey rings. By the way, this is my first game as Canada, and so I'm you can see also, by the way, this same information. I'm up here. Okay, now we're in the game. Up here towards the upper right, if I click on, here we see, by the way, the civs that we've met, including ourselves. So me as Wilfrid Laurier as Canada, we've got Gandhi as India, we've got Sejong as Korea, and we got Poundmaker as Cree. Okay, so you can click on any one of these and get that same information I just talked about. And it is good to go and look at this from time to time and kind of remind yourself what your special abilities are, because of course you should be taking advantage of that. And the big thing about Canada is that we can build on tundra, and most people, Russia is the only other civilization that gets really interesting bonuses in tundra. So the great thing about tundra, about Canada, is that you can use these tundra tiles and actually make them more productive. I think I'm still kind of going to wait and see than regular terrain. And so because you can do that and other civs can't, then those other civs, I think, are going to let me have more. They're not going to fight me for territory as much as they will for normal terrain. So however, I cannot declare war on city-states or surprise wars. I can't just say, okay, I'm mad at Poundmaker, bam, we're at war. I have to denounce them first and go through a process. And they also can't do surprise wars on me. There's a Canadian Mountie, which is a modern era unit that gets bonuses near national parks. It's a combat unit. I'll probably make one of those when it becomes available, just for the era score bonus, and just because, hey, we're Canada, let's make a Mountie. And the ice hockey rink, that's not until later, much later. This looks really, really good. The ice hockey rink unlocks the builder ability to construct an ice hockey rink unique to Canada, and here's all the stats on it. Bonuses to amenities and culture. The culture bonus is huge in tundra. And then eventually it starts producing food and production too, once you have professional sports civic. Okay, great. So that's who we are. We are Canada, and we have... Oh, I mentioned earlier, what is the strategic view? Let me show you real quick what the strategic view is. It is this. That's the strategic view. It shows the entire world that we've discovered all crammed into this. So if we've discovered a lot more, it would make this smaller. It basically lets you see everything that we've seen discovered so far. But you're also seeing it in kind of a weird, you're seeing without units, you're seeing it, it's more just like different colors for different types of terrain, that sort of thing. So this will become useful. This will definitely be useful from time to time to try to figure out, where the hell am I? Okay. So, but here, notice that we do have a neighbor to our west. This is Cree territory. The leader's Poundmaker, and so I am where we left off. I have one city. I've got a settler, and in fact, when we left off, it was like, realized, okay, this is a good time to stop because I need to do some city planning, which is a topic we're going to get into real soon, and so that I know where to settle this, where to use the settler to make my next city. Okay, and we found a guy to our east. This is not another civilization. This is a city-state, and city-states are really fun in Civ 6, and we're gonna care about city-states a lot because they're particularly important for my strategy in this game, which is to win with a diplomatic victory. And we found up here India and Korea. So Delhi, you know it, that's India. This is where Gandhi hangs out, and on the other side of Gandhi is Korea. So that is, I love the fact that these guys are so close together because they're going to worry about each other more than they're going to worry about me. And I'm way down here. That should give me an advantage in dealing with both of them. We'll see. I'm a little worried about how close Cree is to me because I really want this this Tundraland down here, and I'm hoping that Poundmaker is not that interested in it. We'll see. Okay, I promised we were talking about cities. Okay, so strap in. This is a big topic. If you played Civ 5, the city, anything that you build in the city, like a granary, an armory, a temple, whatever, in Civ 5, it's all soon to be located in the in the one hex that is the center of your city. Okay. In Civ 6, the fundamental difference is that it's not that way anymore, in that your city will have districts where certain types of buildings will appear. And if you watched last week, you saw that oh, thank you, Armando. Armando, you like my mug that says Armando on it? Good, good. I like it too. So last week, one of the first thing I did is I built over here a holy site. In fact, if I mouse over, you can see it says holy site, to faith, buildings, shrine. Okay, the holy site is a district. The holy site, it's just a look. It's kind of like zoning in a city. You know how cities have zones or areas. The district itself doesn't do much, but it might do something. Sometimes it doesn't do anything at all, other than its primary function is that it is a location for certain types of buildings. So you're going to build a lot of buildings because, hey, you're building civilization. Cities have buildings, right? And these buildings are all grouped according to where in the city they are located. It should be. Yes, you should all send me personalized mugs. Yeah, so I've got my Gen Con mug and I've got my Armando the Bard mug today. This one has coffee, but the coffee's almost gone, so I queued up some juice. So these districts are, you have to appoint them where they are at, and so it's really interesting. Now, I've said this is the thing I didn't like about Civ 6 when I first started playing it, because it is a whole extra layer of complication and planning and something you have to think about. And but then after I played for a while, I kind of liked it, and now I actually really like it. I really enjoy it. You just have to think that this is going to be a puzzle that you're going to spend some time with, and it's probably going to either sell you on the game or it's going to sell you off the game. And they're like, okay, I don't want to bother with this. If you think like, no, I don't want anything to do with this, don't give up on Civilization altogether. Just go play Civ 5, and I will do a Civ 5 play along at some point. But okay, but now the Civ 6. Okay, so what you can see with my city. Now, when I say my city, it's this border I have around the city this is Ottawa, and the tag here that says Ottawa and it has some information here, like its original capital of Canada, its the loyalty status, what pantheon it follows, its current population of 3 with 8 turns until it grows to 4, if it has a governor or whether it's just there's a filling governor, and what it's producing. So it's producing a settler, and it's going to take 19 terms to get that settler out. Okay, so that is cool information, and the hex that's right below this banner is called your city center, I think. That's funny. Map tax. This will tell me. Add attack. It's called, let's see here. If I want to try to do a city, it's called the city center. Okay. Delete. Yeah, I don't want you seeing this. I don't want you seeing the map tax yet. Okay, hold on. So the city center it is a district, and it has buildings are assigned to that can be built in the city center. Your first building that you build, your first city, is going to have your palace there. So if I click on toggle city details down here in there's a little thing when I select a city, there's a little bunch of information that shows up down here. If I click toggle city details and then go to up here in the upper left, go to the second icon here, which is districts, buildings, wonders, and trading posts, you can see that in the city center there is a palace. And if I mouse over the palace, it tells me what the palace does. This is kind of like, this is just to get you started with your first city. You need a certain amount of stuff just to operate, okay? And then, since I built a holy site, that shows up as a new district, and it has, I've when I first built the holy site, it didn't have a shrine. Then that was the next thing I did, is I built a shrine, and the shrine is there. Okay, as each time you build a district, you got to place it somewhere, and so and then to build buildings, most of the buildings that you would want to build in this game require you to have the appropriate district first. Okay. Now let's talk about what are those districts and where do you put them, because there is a whole game around what districts like to be next to other districts and what districts don't like to be next to whichever districts. Like your neighborhoods don't really like being next to the mines. Okay, this sort of thing. So we're going to talk about that. So let me get my PowerPoint back up and running here. Yay! Yes, mine are Actoroki branded. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna go up and. Okay, there are a lot of city districts, and part of the problem I had when I first got into this is that there were so many districts, and there's this complexity around where is the optimum place to build them, that my brain kind of exploded. Like, wow, this is so much to think about. And then as you build multiple cities, you're thinking, wow, I got to go through this planning process if I want to do it well, because of course I do, because I'm a competitive gamer and even just competitive against myself, right? How do it just seemed like, wow, this is tedious. I mean, at some point. But then I figured out that, like any problem, it seems too complex. If you can kind of break it down into smaller problems that you can get your arms around, it makes it easier. And I'm going to do that for you, help you, perhaps, maybe it'll be helpful, is to kind of say, hey, if you just think about it in these bite-sized chunks, it'll make it a little bit easier, including a group. So I got 3 groups. One is the group of districts. It's kind of these are kind of your meat and potatoes districts of, like, most cities will have most of these, except for, depends on your strategy, except for the government plaza, you can only have one of those in your empire. But if it's such an important one that I list it here because of its interaction with other districts. So we're going to go through that. And then planning group 2, these are 3 district types that all have to do with industry and production. And they kind of have a separate algorithm that you go through to figure out where to put those. And then, delightfully, there's a whole list of districts that you can pretty much not worry about. I mean, some of these, I'm not saying they're not important. Some of these are important. Some of these will be very important, okay? But don't worry about planning where you're going to put some of these, because it will generally kind of take care of itself. And so that almost halves the complexity of the problem right there. Yes, Steve, you're right. They did implement, this has a SimCity sort of element to it. And so once it kind of, in fact, you call it that, it's kind of what helped me say, okay, I just have to accept the fact that part of playing Civ 6 is that there's this mini game that's like SimCity, and it's not as big and complex as the actual SimCity game where the whole game is about that, but it is a little bit of a mouthful. Okay, so let's go back to group 1, talk about the basics. Okay, the holy site, the campus, the theater square, the government plaza, and the commercial hub or harbor. You can build both of those in the same, but you kind of, they're slightly, they're kind of duplicative. Here I am starting at the bottom, which is always weird, but a commercial hub and harbors are primarily for money. Harbor also is for shipbuilding. They're for trade routes. Trade routes are something, I really am going to do this in reverse order. But their benefits kind of overlap, and so it's kind of it would be a kind of special case where you'd want both of them, but usually you just want one or the other. And if you're on the coast, you probably want the harbor because of the shipping element to it. So the commercial hub or harbor they each have a building. The first building in that district that you will build for the commercial hub is a market. The first building you would build for a harbor is a lighthouse. In either case, they do the same. The most important thing they do is they increase your trade route capacity by 1. And so what that means is that with now trade routes, we're going to get into those soon, but trade routes are like caravans or later trucks that you can send to other cities from one city to another, and they can be between two cities in your own empire, and for trade. And both of the cities prosper from the trade route. They both gain something. It's not a net zero sort of game. So these are important sources of income of various resources. So that's why you want them. The government plaza gets you certain types of government buildings that are very good, have some really interesting benefits. The theater square gives you cultural buildings. The first one is amphitheaters, and then it goes in like art museums and architecture museums and so on. Eventually broadcast centers once you get into radio. The theater squares give you culture, are for culture primarily. The campus is primarily for science. You get the library, and you get I'm drawing a blank, but there's some other universities, research labs, and so on. And holy sites are for religion or faith. They give you start with a shrine, then you get temples, and so on. Depends on the nature of the religion. Actually, depends on what religion you choose, as to what the buildings are after that, if any. Okay, so the tricky part. This center column here, adjacency bonuses from. Okay, some districts, not all. Again, this helps simplify it. You don't have to worry about adjacency bonuses for all these districts, but some of these districts you do, or you should, because it can really make the district more interesting, more effective. So the adjacency bonus for a holy site is, you can see over in the right column, +1 faith. And it gets bonuses from what is adjacent to the holy site. So if the holy site, you can see +1 from mountains. Okay, if it's next to the mountain, it's that holy site. By the way, if you don't have any of these adjacency bonuses, it doesn't generate any faith. It's still a worthwhile district in that you can build buildings there, and those buildings will have effects. But the district itself, for holy site, will generate faith, which is your main resource for buying religious things like disciples or apostles, missionaries, excuse me. You buy them with faith. Buy them. Okay, maybe that's not a very nice way of putting it, but game mechanics, right? That's what you're doing. Okay, so you get a bonus from mountains. You also get a +1 from what are called natural wonders. These are wonders like Yosemite is a natural wonder. And also the government plaza. Okay, and you're going to see all of these have an adjacency bonus for the government plaza, and that's why I put the government plaza in this grouping, because while you can only build one per civ, your civilization can only have one, it's probably going to be in your capital, and it's probably the first city you're going to plan. I think I'm actually in this game going to put it in my second city. We'll see. So you can get +1 from natural wonders and the government plaza. You get +1/2 a point from what's called a minor adjacency bonus from woods or other districts. And this other districts is also a common thing. All of these districts that have adjacency bonuses get bonuses for being next to other districts. So right off the bat is something that I didn't catch when I first started doing this, but once it kind of clicked, I realized it helped make this whole thing easier, is that if you can certain districts, you kind of group them together, it'll help. You can also do something like if you have two cities like here and here, if you put a bunch of districts in the middle of them, they'll benefit each other. So the districts don't have to be adjacent to districts of the same city to qualify for this bonus. Okay, but note that this plus half a point from woods is rounded down by category. So if you're next to one woods tile, that's half, that gets rounded down to 0. If you're next to one district, if you're next to one woods and one district, they both get separately rounded down to 0. So you need 2 woods to get to a +1, or 2 districts to get to a +1. Okay, so that's what holy sites want to be next to mountains and wonders. So I found it really difficult to memorize this. I'm always looking at a cheat sheet. There are some more beautiful graphic ones out on the internet that you can look for. I didn't know about whether it was okay to use those or not in a public stream, so I just made this chart. But if you search for Civ 6 city districts on Google Images, you'll see all sorts of ones that give you a better visual on these than just a chart like this. From campuses, okay, so here we have a +2. Campuses love being next to, these are for science, reefs and geothermal fissures. Those fixtures are rare on the map, but you'll kind of train yourself to like, oh, there's a reef, maybe I'm going to build a campus near here, and that's kind of how you want to be thinking. Like holy sites, campuses also get +1 from mountains and +1 from the government plaza, and half a point from, instead of woods, rainforests, and half a point from other districts, again rounded down by type. Theater squares +2. Now I put the word built in front of wonders. There's 2 types of wonders in the game. There's natural wonders. These exist on the map. They're nature, like Yosemite. There's also what the game just calls wonders. I find this confusing because I thought for a while that theater squares got bonuses for being next to natural wonders, but no, wonders and natural wonders are separate categories. But wait, natural wonders, aren't they one? Anyway, no, they're not for this purpose. So in this, theater squares get +2 from being next to a wonder that you build. A wonder you build that could be like the Hagia Sophia or Stonehenge, something that's man-made. Also, they get +2 for being next to entertainment complexes, which you're going to see on another list of districts here soon. It's going to be a while before you build any of those, unless you're playing Byzantium. Then you want to beeline to them. Anyway, I digress. So, again, just like how being next to all mountains and natural wonders and so forth, this adjacency bonus gives you faith. If it's a holy site, you see in the right column, it gives you science. If it's a campus, it gives you culture if it's a theater square. If you don't have any adjacency bonuses, you don't get those things. I mean, you can build buildings that will give you those things later, but the district itself will be productive from the get-go if you pay attention to the adjacency bonuses. It's also just fun. But so in the early game, they're particularly important when all the numbers are small. Later in the game, you will see me probably build a campus somewhere later with no adjacency bonuses, because I know I'm going to get everything. I'm going to get a lot of value from it once I build the library and the research lab and all that sort of things on it. So there we go. Okay, those theater squares, etc., etc. The commercial hub, commercial hubs and harbors do have adjacency bonuses, and I don't know why I didn't put it here. Probably because I lumped them both in the same thing. I can just do the hub is +2 for rivers and harbors, and the harbor is +2 for being next to the city center. So you can, since you don't typically build a commercial hub and a harbor together, it might be, maybe I just put this in parentheses because it's just to kind of de-emphasize it. +2 from rivers, harbors +2 from city centers. There you go. That's a little easier to try and get your head around. So you're going to have this as a reference. So let's look at, I've done some city planning I didn't want to do this live and while everybody's watching over my shoulder because it's just kind of a complicated thing. It's hard to think and stream at the same time. Not gonna whine about it. Okay, so I did, the game state is exactly where we left off last week on Monday, but what I did do on my own time is go through and use something called map tags, which you saw me use briefly earlier, which lets you put a little tag in the map someplace. It has no gameplay value. It's just like a note to yourself, and you can turn those off and on with a hotkey. There we go. Oh, what a mess. Okay, so let's zoom in instead of looking at too many cities at once. Let's just look in at Ottawa and what my first city is going to be. In fact, let's just go ahead and build it, just so we do something right now. I'm gonna build. See, I used a map tack to put the little city center symbol right here to tell me that's where I want to settle the city. Okay, so I'm gonna go here and let's just go ahead and do that. I'm gonna settle. And oh, the Canadian, I get an error point for this. The citizens of Hamilton adjust to their new home and keep a wary eye on the nearby river. Why are they having a wary eye on the nearby river? The reason is because this river has floodplains down here. If I mouse over this hex there, it says grassland floodplains. Floodplains tend to flood. And so that's just kind of a little funny little way of reminding me, like, hey guy, guess what? You're gonna have flood issues here soon. Okay, so I have decided, so I've thought about where I'm going to build things, and for Hamilton, I'm looking at this hex just to the southwest of it for the holy site. And going back to the adjacency bonuses we were talking about, the holy sites like to be next to mountains. So here I've got 3 mountain tiles, and you notice that the little +3 underneath the tack symbol, and I mentioned a mod earlier that I called Advanced Map Tax, I think was the name of it. Anyway, yeah, I'd hate to give you bad information, so let me just look at that real quick. Detailed map tax is the name of the mod. It does the calculation for you. So while you're learning how to do this, that mod is particularly useful. You plop it down, and if the number is different than what you thought, you mouse over it and it'll say, oh, +3 faith from the adjacent mountain tiles. Great. Now, holy sites, see, I am trying to remember myself. Holy sites, I think, like to be next to back up to here. Oh yeah, let me show you what I'm looking at. Holy sites like to be next to natural wonders, but not built wonders. Okay, natural wonders, okay. All right. Okay, so I've started to kind of plan out where I'm going to put things for this city. We haven't talked about wonders yet, but there's a couple of very important wonders for my strategy, because I'm going for a diplomatic victory. In a diplomatic victory, there are a few wonders that give you diplomatic victory points, and the goal of the diplomatic victory is to get to 20 diplomatic victory points. And so Mahabharati is a wonder that does that, and so but it needs to be built, has very specific requirements for where you can build the Mahabharati. It's got to be built on a on a tile with forests, and it has to be built next to a holy site. So in this case, you kind of got to think about that ahead of time. So I put the temple down here, and because theater squares give a get an adjacency bonus for being next to a built wonder. I put theater squares down here for Hamilton and whatever city I built off over to the east southeast of Hamilton. So they'll be next to each other. Also, I found you can't really see it on this map, but when you mouse over this tile here, 3 tiles southeast of Hamilton, you see that there's a reef in this hex. And reefs are major +2 adjacency bonuses to campuses. Campuses also like to be next to mountains. So here I'm going to build a campus. So if I mouse over the +5, you can see the +2 from the reefs, +2 from adjacent mountains, and +1 from adjacent districts, because I have at least 2 districts adjacent to it eventually. So this mod does all that little math for you. Doesn't always do it 100% accurately, unfortunately, but it gets you close, and sometimes you go, I think it might be a little wrong. Okay, so I've plotted out where I'm going to build. For Ottawa, I'm going to build a theater square right here by Lake Betba. I put it here because I +2. I'm going to put a water park here and it gets a +2, but it won't have that bonus for a while. When I put it here, I thought that I was going to get a bonus for being next to the wonder, but it's the theater bonuses only come from built wonders. So it can be a little hard to get good adjacency bonuses for theater squares at the beginning. You kind of have to build stuff around them, and then they get better. Okay, so if I zoom out, you can see I've planned out where all my cities. I'm not going to take time. Don't panic. I'm not going to take time to go through every single city and exactly what everything is doing here, but you'll just know that as you learn the game and learn how to plan out cities, you can do it. I am going to show you a little bit about industrial zones because it plays a big part here. And I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint. Show. Yeah, it's working. There it is. Woo-hoo. Wow. So excited that this works well. Okay, planning group 2, industrial zones, aqueducts, and dams. Industrial zones is production, really important. Industrial zones are where you build workshops and factories and power plants. I'm not going to be building power plants though, because, well, we'll get into that. For the diplomatic victory, you want to avoid things that pollute the atmosphere, because you can, in the end game, have some advantages diplomatically by being the civ that's saying, no, we should not be, ruining the planet through all these coal emissions and stuff like that, CO2 emissions and stuff. So the industrial zones get bonuses by huge bonuses from aqueducts and dams. And they get what's called standard bonus, +1 from quarries and government plazas, and half and minor, what they call minor adjacency bonuses, half from miners, lumber mills, and other districts. So when I first started playing, I didn't realize how important the aqueducts and dams were to this equation. Because it's easy to think, your mind thinks industrial zone, oh yeah, next to mines and lumber mills, that's a really easy correlation to make when you first start playing. So you think about that, but don't worry so much about that. It's all about the aqueducts and the dams. And an aqueduct, every city can have only one aqueduct, and it's kind of difficult to place. I'll show you in a moment. And dams can only be built where there's a floodplains. So when you see floodplains on your civ map, instead of going, oh no, floodplains, that sounds horrible. Oh no, or maybe it's really good for farming. It is really good for farming, but it's even better for industry. So that's what industrial zones do. Aqueducts improve what's called housing. Your cities have a stat called housing, and that is the number of citizens that the housing can accommodate. So if you're housing of 7, you can get your population up to 7. It's actually, that's the ideal population, as your population gets close to 7, the growth rate starts slowing down. And then once it hits 7, the growth rate slows down even further. You can get more population than the housing, but people don't like it. Yeah, they don't like that. So they get unhappy. Okay, dams reduce they mitigate the damage caused by flooding. Pretty much they eliminate it. Also, dams later in the tech tree can be upgraded to hydroelectric dams, which are environmentally safe, and so they become particularly important, I think, in a diplomatic victory. Okay, so now that you know that, let me show you how that shows up on the map. I'm so excited that I'm flipping between all these screens. I just learned how to do use OBS, the software for streaming, and Marcus, my dear friend, very patient man, has been teaching me how to do this, and now finally to the point where I'm flying solo. Okay, so when I was sitting here looking at the territory, by the way, I'm placing these map tags all over the place as to where I want to found cities. I don't even know what's down here in the south. Like, I assume there's more tundra. I've got tacks that these theater squares here. I'm guessing that there's land there, and then it's not mountains, and then that I can build a theater square, but I don't know for sure. And all this area over here, we're going to settle all this land. We're going to build cities all over the place. We're going to build a city up in this desert area. We're going to try and build a Petra city. Petra is one of the best wonders in the game if you have a big desert, and there's a big desert. So when you see a big desert on your map, it means like, I want to build Petra there. And I even have planned for where I'm going to build the Statue of Liberty decades from now. Okay, but back to the industrial zones. So these are particularly tricky to plan to get to work as intended. So your cities have to be at least 4 hexes apart. So now you see where Hamilton is. If you go up 4 hexes, northwest of that is where is the closest that I can place another city. I will tend to, in this game, cram cities, like especially around the capital in this area. The more cities I built, the more holy sites I can have, the more stronger my religion will be, the more theater squares I can build, the stronger my culture will be. Culture is extremely important for a diplomatic victory. The disadvantage of having your cities all crammed in close is that each city doesn't have as much land as ideal to work. But we will, I think we will make these cities pretty productive even with that restriction. Okay, so the aqueduct has to be built next to the city, and you can only have one. All these districts, most districts, you can only have one of that district per city. There are some exceptions, but so it has to be in such a place that you could imagine that it can pipe water to the city. And so the way you imagine that is, can you draw a line from the city, in the center of the city hex, to the center of the hex where the aqueduct will be placed, and then to a water source, not ocean, has to be freshwater source, river, oasis, or a mountain, without the line just going right back to the same spot. It has to go in a different vector. And so, yes, so here, this aqueduct, I can draw a line from the city center to the aqueduct center, and then to here, into a whole bunch of different places where there's water. So that's a legal placement. Also, the map tax, the detailed map tax mod will advise you if you place a tack incorrectly. So that's really good. The dam has to be placed on a river where it has at least 2 river hex next to it, and on the floodplain. So if I hold my mouse still, you can see near the top of the pop-up grassland floodplains. So this is, and the map tax software is not complaining. So this is a good place for the dam. And then from Hamilton, it also builds a aqueduct here using the same logic. It's next to fresh water other than the water that's the city itself. Now, because industrial zones, you get +2 industrial bonus. Look at this spot right here. 2 hexes northwest of Hamilton, +7 adjacency bonus. By the way, that's good. I mean, that's really good. It's getting +2 from each. Well, if we mouse it with +7, we're getting +4 from aqueducts, 2 each, +2 from the dam, and +1 because we're next to 2 or 3 districts. Now, these districts aren't built yet, so when this industrial center first gets built, it's not going to be as good as what we're seeing here. The holy sites that are getting adjacency bonuses from mountains, they'll get that bonus right from the get-go. But this is going to take some work to build all these aqueducts and the dam. Oh, and here's the other industrial center, just northwest of the dam. That one's only +5. Well, okay, that's still pretty good, right? Because it's only adjacent to 1 aqueduct and 1 dam and stuff. So generalizing this information to like, how do I think about this strategically, is you're looking at rivers first. You're saying, okay, I want to build my cities along rivers. 2 rivers that have a river, or two spots that have a river between them, allow you to do this combination of city, aqueduct, industrial zone, aqueduct, city. This sort of idea. If the it's a little, depending on the orientation of the river, there's different sort of designs that you can get into. This is not the perfect sort of setup. I think there's another one that'll be a little bit better, but you know, there's stuff that get in the way. You know, you've got other needs, and sometimes, like, if all I cared about was industry, I would have looked at building this a little differently. But industry is important. It's still pretty good. So let me show you. Let's just leave that for now. Okay, I'm gonna close this topic real quick. I just want to talk about the other districts real quick, and then we'll be done with this topic. Okay, the other districts. I'll just go through them so you know what they are. Again, you don't have to plan out these districts generally from the get-go. I might be wrong, but I've found that I can kind of just wait and do these, and there always seems to be a spot. Encampments, you don't need a lot of encampments generally. This is a military sort of thing. You can build military units without an encampment, but they're also really good forts. So if you are ever playing Civ against a really aggressive, I think when you get up to like playing on deity levels, and the civs, the AI civs are more aggressive, perhaps these become more important. But so far, my games I've been able to play, I haven't built a lot of encampments, just haven't needed them. You will need one to build military engineers. You need to build military engineers, you need an armory, and an armory can only be built in an encampment, so you will need one. Entertainment complexes help amenities. You will build those, but there's lots of places you can build them. These guys don't, these like encampments, they don't worry about adjacency bonuses. These are places where you can build things like Ferris wheels and arenas and things that really help the happiness of your population. They're called amenities. And basically, don't worry about it until you need them. Unless you're playing Byzantium. Oh, God. Anyway. Don't digress. Don't get into digressions. Okay. Neighborhoods. I mentioned housing. Your housing, you need housing in your city to get really high populations, and high populations are really good. The more population you have in a city, the more that city can do, the more tiles it can work, the more researchers you can have in campuses doing extra science, etc., etc. But at some point, you need to get neighborhoods, which is a late game, mid to late game district, and these add lots of housing. So they become, and they're pretty cheap to build. So, and again, generally you can find a spot. So don't worry about where you're going to place them. Preserves, I'll be honest, I've never built one. They make other tiles more productive and have to do with appeal. I admit, this is something I probably need to learn how to do well as a preserve, but right now I can't give you any advice. The diplomatic quarter, also like the government plaza, is a district that you can only have one of in your entire empire, and the diplomatic quarter is going to be very important for me because it's going to give diplomatic favor bonuses in the game. Like there's a building you can build that will double the diplomatic favor you're getting from city-states, so we are going to beeline for that. Spaceport, hey, that's like Cape Kennedy. I've been there, by the way. Really cool. Don't worry about spaceport unless you're going to go for a science victory. Otherwise, they're useless. But for science victory, they're absolutely fundamental, crucial. So there you go. That's but even a science victory, there's no adjacency bonuses to worry about. It's very late game. You'll find a place to put them. Aerodromes, we will build 2 of these probably, and again, we'll be able to find a place when we need to build them. We'll figure out then where to build them, and this is how you build airplanes. Starts with biplanes and goes all the way up to stealth bombers, and really good stuff. We will not. It's very possible if everything goes well, we will never build any. We'll build the aerodromes, but not actually build any planes. We won't maintain an air force because we're hoping to be peaceful. Also, bombers and fighters emit CO2 emissions, so we're going to be careful about that. Okay, we are gonna play now. Finally, an hour into it, hour plus into it, we're finally gonna play. All right, let's get this road on the show. Those are the introductory tutorial topics scheduled for today, and we'll grab other stuff as it comes up. Okay, so we've just built our first city outside of our capital, our first new city, our second city, if you will, and we got to choose production when that happens, and we will start with a holy site. We will generally start with a holy site or a monument. Those are my two. I generally like to do monuments as soon as possible, but because we have we will have a strong religion, holy sites will help make that stronger, etc., etc. So, by the way, I'm also playing on epic speed, which is slower than the normal game. This is so that we have more. Well, I'm not here I'm here for a long time. We're gonna do this every week. We're gonna by playing on epic, it'll give us more time between events that happen. By the way, I'm gonna turn off all these map tacks, except when I need to see them. And okay, so Hamilton is starting to build a holy site. I covered last week, but let me recap. I'm trying to get a religion. Religions are really helpful in the game, especially for a diplomatic victory. They're helpful for no matter what type of victory you're doing. And to get a victory, not every civ will have one. You can only, with a game with 8 civilizations, there can only be 5 religions, and it's basically the first 5 civs that get a religion get one, and the others don't. So you don't. I always rush to get a religion at the beginning of the game so I don't get locked out. They're just too powerful, just too useful. Also, having a strong religion gives you the option of a religious victory. There's several different ways to win. We covered this last time too. It's nice having a religious victory as an option in case my plans for a diplomatic victory fall through. It'll be easier to switch to, that might be an option. You just want to have different options. Okay. So, all right, it's going to start building a holy site. Oh, yes, I want to give a brief recap on a religion. The way you get a religion is on the science tree. The first thing you do is you research astrology, and that gives you the technology to build a holy site district. Now that you understand what districts are, most of those districts, by the way, that you can build, they are tied to a technology on the technology tree, and until you get the right technology, you can't even build the district. So I can't build a campus until I discover writing. So now that I have astrology, then you can build shrines. And once you start building, these will accumulate faith. Faith is an important resource, but there's also what's called great prophet points, and you need to get 60 great prophet points to start a religion. And here, if up in the left, this heroes and great people button lists all the different categories of great people: great generals, admirals, engineers, merchants, prophets. That's what we're interested in. And you can go down here, we can see our progress. I am earning 3 great prophet points a turn. I've accumulated 72. I said you need 60. I lied, 90, because we're playing at epic speed. I think that's why. So I'm getting pretty close. 72 out of 90. I'll get a religion this morning for sure. And and it also tells you how everybody else is doing. I'm way ahead of everybody else. So this is exciting because the sooner I get my religion, if I get the religion first, and then go out and start spreading my religion before other civs have their religion, I'll get certain advantages. Like I'll be able to, well, we'll see. I should be. I don't want to get cocky, but that's a good sign. Okay, so that's how you'll get a religion. So we'll get one soon. All right, let's go see what. Okay, let me look. What the hell am I doing? I explored a little bit out here. Oh, I have a scout over here inside Cree land exploring. I have a warrior up here. So I've been away for the game for a week. I think I have somebody over here. Yeah, I have a scout over here and a warrior. Oh, a warrior that is heavily damaged. You see this bar that's to the left with a little red spot. That bar doesn't show up if the unit is at 100%. If the unit has damage, the bar shows up and it has a color coding depending on its health. Red is bad. It's hurting. All right. Well, it's been fighting barbarians. Yeah, barbarians are going to be a thing for a while, because all this land where there's no civ, all this land that hasn't been taken, there's barbarians running around in those lands, and the more that land is out there, the more barbarians there are, and the more of a problem they're going to be. But as time goes on, the barbarians keep up technologically in terms of military. So right now they're running around with clubs and slings, but now that I've got an archer, they've probably got archers now too. And eventually, if you leave a section of the map alone, if all the civs for some odd reason leave a section of the map alone all the way till the modern era, I mean, they'll have attack helicopters and whatever. Tanks. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm out exploring. It's really important to explore aggressively in the early game. Ultimately, I want to meet as many city-states as possible. I want to meet as many civs as possible. I want to see the entire map. There are the city-states are options for bonuses to become friendly with the city-state. With civs, you can eventually trade with them. As a diplomatic victory seeker, I want to establish as friendly relationships with every civ as possible. And you can see I've got a frowny face with Poundmaker, but happy faces with Gandhi and Sejong. So wonder what. Let's look at what he is unfriendly. He tries to form. If you open the civs, you get a little bit about their agenda. He has an agenda called Iron Confederacy. He tries to form multiple alliances and respects those who do likewise. So he may not like me now, but I think he's going to like me as time goes on, as I improve relationships with other people. I think I'm going to be able to manage my relationship with the Cree favorably. We'll see. Okay, so I'm out exploring, and one thing I want to do is I want to grab as much territory as possible. So I'm exploring to see what that territory is. I remember last week being really excited that we explored that there's no civ down here. All this territory, it's not great land, it's tundra, but for Canada, tundra is good. I wish there was more rivers, but we do have one really good river here. We also have a floodplains up here, and so if we turn the map tax back on, you can see that I'm planning to build a dam there, but there's a problem with a dam. Oh, I placed that dam incorrectly, it looks like. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now, but the point is that there's a lot of land over here that I'm hoping to settle, and there's land this way I'm not going to be able to settle as aggressively as I would like, it looks like, because the Cree are really close to the tundra. They're actually into the tundra a little bit here. So I'm not sure. I would like to be able to get the land, most of the land that's between us, but I'm probably not going to be able to settle the tundra that's east or west of there. But that's not all. I'm going to be greedy little Canadian here, and I'm going to try and grab as much of this land as I can as well. Since I know that the Cree are up here to the west, I'm going to rush out and try and settle another city, maybe two, in this area before so that the Cree aren't settling there, right? Any place, pretty much the entire map is going to get settled. The question is by who. So you're reaching out there early game. It's really crucial to go out and grab as much land as possible. So here's the long shot. Here's the thing where, like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off, but I would love to build in the Carapiner Desert. Not only there's a big natural wonder here, Sahara al-Baida, which would be great. There's some luxury resources, there's tobacco, there's amber. And so what I want to do, I thought of this since last week, is there's this isthmus that connects this area to where India is. See, India is a lot closer, so I'm really being greedy and optimistic if I think I have any chance of grabbing this territory, because India is going to come down into here and grab it. Unless they can't get there. So I have this idea, and I don't know if I came up with the idea soon enough, but this is the big gamble. I'm going to take this scout and I'm going to program it to move to here, right at the base of this isthmus. And if I get there before India crosses that point with a settler, that increases my odds significantly of being able to hold this territory. Because settlers, even if you're not at war with another civilization, you cannot move your settler into a tile that's occupied by a military unit, of which scouts count, of another civilization. Even if you're friendly, even if you're allied, you can't move a settler into a hex like that. So if this scout beats India to this location, then the only way for the settler to get down here is to sail, and maybe they won't have sailing technology in time. Anyway, it's kind of a long shot, but if I can keep India out of this place and grab it, and so my map tax contemplates that. I've got city here where I want to build the Statue of Liberty and Petra, and I didn't do it, but I would definitely build plop down a map tack probably here. Let me do that right now while I'm thinking about it. I would probably want to build my other city here. I'm not going to take the time to plan out this city right now, but I'm choosing that because it's close enough to this wonder that I could build a I do this, probably build a theater square here, although I could build it here as well. We'll see. Or a holy site. Oh yeah, theater squares don't get bonuses. No, this would be better for a holy site location. No, not city center, holy site. Holy sites get the bonuses for being next to natural wonders, but theater squares don't. That's why this holy site's here. So I definitely want to. So I'm. If I was further north, your cities only expand. You can only build districts within 3 tiles of the city center. You can only buy out that far too. So even though this, if I do build a city here, it might expand its territories all the way down into these mountains, but I can't force that to happen. I can't buy tiles that are more than 3 hexes away, and I can't build anything there. I can't work the land, mostly. The exception is strategic resources. Okay. All right, so I have these plans. It's just plans, just goals. The fact that I want it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay, so that unit's going to stay here. This guy here. This I'm going to keep this archer fairly close to home. I do want to explore around, but you know, there's barbarians are going to pop up. I don't know where, but there's barbarians are for sure going to pop up. This guy I'm going to explore out this way a little bit further, and this guy. I was going to come down and see where the Kree are at exactly. But what I really want to do is, I want to know more about this tundra land, even though I don't think I'm going to be able to settle there. I might be able to settle there. I might be able to get in there. But I also want to look for tribal villages or goody huts that I count. And the goody huts are just places where you walk into the tile and you get something good. And they tend to be, they're all over the map, but the ones in the normal land get discovered first, and the AIs aren't always really punctilious about going and exploring all the worthless tundra land and the snow land and stuff like that. So I like to send my scouts out into those areas and try and find those goody huts before the Civ does. Okay, I did next turn, so we're waiting for the AIs. It is a very delicate situation. I am with very few units and and barbarians, a lot of land where barbarians could pop up. Okay, this guy, there, in fact, speaking of barbarians, okay, I think I'm gonna have, this guy has a promotion available. So units have experience points. You always look down to the very bottom, this thing down in the bottom right that pops up when you highlight a unit. There's a tiny little XP track in the bottom, and sure enough, and when you have a promotion available, when it levels up effectively, you see this little chevron sort of thing with a star in the middle of it. This says promotion available. Click on this, battle cry. The promotion tree is different depending on the type of unit, but for regular melee units, battle cry is amazing. +7 combat strength versus melee and ranged unit, which is most types of units. The promotion also heals you 50 points out of 100. Units have 100 hit points. All right, so that's that. I'm just going to circle around with my archer, not really overthinking it here a little bit. I'm going to use this unit to find out a little bit more information about where the Kree have settled. Well, there we go, right there. The Kree are right there. So if they're there already, I was hoping that maybe their next city would be here and I'd have some time. But if they're here already, that means they're going to be coming up this river very soon. Hopefully not so fast that we don't get a chance to do something about it. Okay. Okay, waiting for the next turn. The hero Oya has fallen in battle. Okay, somewhere out there, one of the civs has the hero Oya, and they just fell in battle. Okay. I'm going to keep this warrior healing until they're at full strength. If you're in a fight and you aren't at full strength, obviously you're easier to kill because you have less strength left. Also, your fighting effectiveness goes down the more damage you have on you. So I tend to try and keep my units healed up maximum, especially fighting barbarians, because they're all over the place. You never know where you're going to run into them. They can be pretty nasty. I'm just going to pop down here just so I can see those hexes for a moment and keep going around, just looking for barbarians. I'm going to pop up here and see Pipakissis is the city here. And okay, yeah. The Kree are here. Okay. Um, I'm also kind of moving one hex at a time so that if I run into barbarians, I can maybe see them before I literally run into them. Okay, so here's where the southern coast is. Oh, whales. Okay, whales are a luxury resource. We talked about the different types of resources in the last game. Bonus resources are just like here, copper or um, wheat, deer. These are resources that simply make the tile a little bit more productive. Uh, Luxury resources provide amenities, which help keep your people happy. Strategic resources like horses and iron and uranium provide a type of resource that you can use that's required for certain types of units or activities. Okay, we're just going to keep on trucking around. I'm going to stop right there. I want to really stay close to my capital with this archer. Okay, so we're going to go up to here. Oh, there is a barbarian galley. Okay, whenever you see a barbarian ship, first a couple things right off the bat. Look and see if it's a galley or a quadrimarine, which is another boat type that barbarians get fairly soon in the game. If you're on land, galleys can't hurt you. They can't touch you. They're sailing around in water. That's it. Quadrimarines can, however, they can attack any land units that are on the coast. So being on the coast is a little bit dangerous, but I'm not worried about the galley, so I'm going to keep going. Oh, the other thing to know, because we've seen a galley, that means that there is a barbarian camp somewhere around. A galley had to come from somewhere. So, I mean, we suspected there'd be camps anyway, but now we know for sure. Okay. I'm just gonna I'm tempted to just leave my warrior here. I want to I also need to find more city states though. You might recall that on the civics tree and the tech tree we have boosts that we're looking for to get a little kind of like mini quests, kind of like quests in World of Warcraft or something. You get a quest and you do the thing, you get an award. Well, the civics tree and the science tree both have almost every step of the tree has a quest of what you can do to get a bonus for that, and the bonus is huge. It's like 40% of the cost, if you will. So, like, I'm working on state workforce right now. I've got the boost for all these first city sticks. That's what the yellow banner here is. But notice for political philosophy, there's no yellow banner here because I haven't met the prerequisite. Well, the prerequisite is meet 3 city states. And political philosophy is huge. It's really important. It's one of the most important early game civics because it lets me upgrade my government. So I really am desperate to meet city states because I want that boost. There's also there's the boost for drama and poetry is to build a wonder. I'm going to ignore that, and I'm probably not going to be able to get the boost for games and recreation, which is to research construction, because construction is on the science tag tree and it's a ways down here. Here it is, clear over here. It just doesn't, timing doesn't work out unless you really prioritize it, but I have other priorities, so all right, we're going to the next turn. So as much as I'd like to keep the Kree out of here, I'm more worried about finding city states. So I probably am going to explore up here a little bit and see if I can find one, but I don't want to get too far away because again this is my scout that's heading up to that isthmus. I have no way of knowing whether India has sent a settler down here already. Once they settle a city, if they come through here and settle, which is going to be right around in here, I bet. If they actually do that, the city will pop up and I'll know, even though I can't see those hexes right now. You can see how these hexes have a very vibrant color. The hexes just like around Ottawa and around where my scout is. those hexes are currently in sight. Like anything happens in those hexes, I see it. But the hexes up here that are more pale in color, kind of um, not as vibrant, I know what the terrain is, but I don't know what's happening there right now because I don't have anybody there with eyes on. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, I am gonna. I want to see stuff. Oh, okay. You probably can't see it because I can only barely see it. But just northeast of my scout, there's a little tiny little dotted line right there, and it's not the same color as the dotted line over here. And so it's either another civ. It's a city. It's either another civilization or it's a city state. So I'm definitely going to pop up there and see what's happening there. Okay, my warrior is now at full strength. It's healed. Your units can heal on their own if you just leave them sedentary for a turn. They'll heal like 10 points. If they're in a city, friendly city, they'll heal faster. Okay, this guy's probably gonna. Okay, you want to fight barbarians one at a time, so I'm tempted to go up to him, but I think I'm just going to get up in this hill territory. It's where I have a little bit better view, and I have good defensive terrain. I would have good defensive terrain here from the woods, but I can't. I want to be up here where I can see what's coming, and also I don't like being so close to the water that I have nowhere to retreat. I do want to fight that guy and kill it and kill the camp that's down here. You really want it once you find camps, you want to, as aggressively as you can, stomp them out because they're just going to keep spawning units until you do. Okay, my scout, I programmed him to move up there. Okay, so really good news. So far nothing. Okay, the world enters the classical era. Okay. And we have researched 2 new things. Okay, so let's see what here. Singapore has given me a new quest, train a heavy chariot. Okay, it's probably not going to happen. Okay, let's see where we're at on the tech tree here. We just researched bronze working. Bronze working, even though there are other things that have been faster and closer, I like researching bronze working fairly soon. I mean, it gives me access to a unit called the Spearman, which is a bit tougher than the Warrior, which I may or may not build. I probably will build one. But it also shows me where iron is located. Iron and horses are early game strategic resources that let you build units. For iron, it lets you build swordsmen. That we don't have that technology yet, but eventually we will, and that's an upgrade for the warrior. So the warrior will eventually be able to upgrade to a swordsman, but not without iron. And horses let me build horsemen, basically an early game cavalry unit. But perhaps more importantly, equally importantly for sure, is that if I work those hexes become really productive, and they give me iron horses that I can trade to other civilizations for money, which I can use for things that I might like more. Okay, so now, oh, there's iron right there. And remember how I mentioned you can only work 3 hexes out from your city center? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's iron, but Ottawa is not going to be able to work it. Looking for other. So one quick thing to do, I recommend there's a map search. So I can go here and type iron and do a search, and it'll tell me where all the iron is. There's three spots with iron. There's one there. That looks hard to get to. Really closer to the Cree than to me. Now, if I built on this city, I could expand out to there. Okay, that one is within reach, but tenuous. There's that one. I'm not going to be able to get with Ottawa, but I should be able to get to it with something else. And there's, out here in the desert. Another reason why I really hope to be able to settle out in that desert. Okay. Just for the fun of it, let's check where our horses are. I probably did this in the last game, maybe. I don't know. But wherever they're at, I mean, I can see one right there. 5 results. Okay, one over there. I'm not gonna be able to get that one. That's already inside Cree territory. Oh, here's one. Yeah, right between me and Singapore. Okay, that's great. I'll definitely be able to get to that one. And if I get that desert up there, I'll get that one. And India's gonna grab that one up there. Okay, that's, oh, and there's another one up there. It shows me anywhere in terrain I've explored. It will show me where those are at. Oh, okay. So we are now in. You probably saw the little pop up there. We are now in what's called the classical era. So if we look at either the science tree or the civics tree, if I scroll down here, if you can see on the right, there's a vertical pair of lines and the word classical era. So once we go past this point, we're in the classical era. Now, we haven't done it. We haven't researched anything over here in the classical era, but one of the other civs has researched one of these technologies: ironworking, horseback riding, currency, or celestial navigation. That's okay. We're playing at level 6 to make it hard. The other civ, the AI civs, have advantages over me, so I'm not surprised that they're ahead of me on science. Or maybe it's civics, same sort of thing. So every time you go to a new era, you are evaluated. You get what's called your era score is calculated. My current score is 25, and that was, if I would have popped this window up a little earlier, you would have seen a target that I had to get to, which I think was like, I don't know, 30 or something like that. I don't know what, but anyway, now for the classical era, my score right now is 25. The classical era will end in 60 to 90 turns. It's just calculating sort of the fastest and the slowest it could happen. It tends to go towards the faster in my experience. And if my era score at the end of the classical era is 40 or less, I will enter into what's called a dark age. If it's 41 to 55, I'll be in a normal age. If it's 56 or higher, we'll be in a golden age. And you get advantages for being in higher ages. And those advantages are expressed by doing what's called a dedication. So it's asking me for the era that just completed, the ancient era. I ended up in the normal bracket. I find that the first era is really hard to get a golden age unless you're just really lucky with your explorations. Okay, so this screen is just kind of a blah blah blah. It's telling us that our citizens exert one loyalty. Basically, things are kind of normal. It's the normal era. But here I get to make a dedication. This is going to be something where the rules are a little different for this era for me based on which of these I choose. One is free inquiry. This I get an era score, for this era we're going into in terms of getting, qualifying for a golden age or something in the next era after that. I get era score bonuses every time I trigger a Eureka. That is when I do the boost for science. Or I construct a building that provides science as a base field. The next option, pen, brush, or voice, is a similar sort of thing, but for culture. Every time I trigger an inspiration, which is a boost for one of the civics tree civics, or build a building with a great work slot, which is basically like art museums and archaeological museums and stuff. Monumentality. I gain an era score each time I construct a new specialty district. I will be constructing a lot of districts, but this is the one I'm going to take. Exodus of the Evangelists. This gives me +2 era score each time I convert a city to your founded religion for the first time. My hope is that I will build lots of cities and convert them to my religion. My hope is I will have a religion very soon. Okay, so we did that, and I need to take a short little bio break. I will be right back. All right, hold on. Okay, we're back. Thank you for sticking around. All right, let's go. So, asking us to choose research. We're going to choose a new research since we finished with bronze working. It's good to get these basics all out of the way. Now that I have bronze working mining, I got the ones I wanted most. I'm going to circle back and do pottery. Pottery will give me granaries, which gives a little food bonus and also +2 housing. It has a wonder called the Great Bath, which I'm not going to bother with any wonders early game. I really want to focus on getting my cities, getting the holy sites going, getting my religion going, and build infrastructure. Okay, so on the civics, I really want to get to political philosophy ASAP. So prerequisites are state workforce and early empire. So we're going to do early empire next. And because, let me pop that back up again. Every time you see this symbol here, this is a governor's tile. This symbol looks similar, but it's a different one. This is an envoy. So we have our first governor tile. And so we go to the governor's page and we can see what our options are. We have all the secret societies have been discovered. We're going to choose Void Singers, but not quite yet. I have a very important thing I'm doing right here with Magnus. Magnus has some really important early promotions, most specifically provision. Provision lets us, whenever you build a settler, which is what you need to found a new city, the settler, you lose a population in the town that built the settler. Provision means you don't. So if you've assigned Magnus to be the governor of a particular town like Ottawa, and Ottawa produces the settler, not the new one I just built, but Ottawa, I won't lose that. In fact, Ottawa has a settler that is being produced right now. So I'm happy to get this in time. So now we can have I can just produce settlers all day long from Ottawa without it hurting my production. By the way, let me check. I also want to check, this is just good discipline, is to see what I'm working. I'm working this week, gives me 3 tiles. You see now, all these tiles are in my city, but where the tiles that have this button that is lit up, those are the tiles that I'm actually working. You're always working your city center just automatically, but with my 3 population, I can work 3 other tiles. And so this is a way of designating which 3 you want those to be. And now I'm remembering from last week, even though this tile down here south of Ottawa doesn't look like a real high producer, it only produces 1 food, 1 production, but it also produces 1 culture. And when you have really low culture, right now my culture is, I'm only generating 3.1 per turn. Well, a third of that is coming from the fact that I'm working this tile, and it's that culture that is driving how fast we advance on the civics tree. So it's really important to get to have just like a +1 somewhere for culture. Makes a huge difference. If it was 2 instead of 3, we'd be going at 2/3. Is that right? 2/3 the rate. So I'm working at hex, even though it's not that good of a hex, and I'm really maximizing food by working these hexes, but it means my production's not great. So maybe as it is, now down here you can see what the effect is, right? It's telling me in 3 turns I'm going to grow another population. 14 turns I'll get my settler. That okay, so I think I'm going to leave my guys my population where they are. Evidently, at the end of my last game, I was sober and made decisions I'm still happy with. But once we go to 4 population, I'm gonna go out and start working these truffles, because these truffles, they're a lot, sucking on food. Actually, truffles are delicious. That doesn't make sense to me, but they're really good production. 3 production and 5 gold, which is really, really nice. Okay, that's good. And let's see what Hamilton is putting its first citizen on going for food versus. I want to get my holy site built as quickly as possible, but I think staying with the food for now till I get another citizen or 2 makes a lot of sense, and then we can switch and start focusing on food. We don't have or more on production. We don't have a good production hex. We have this one down here, this tile to the south. When I want more production, I will probably buy it. I've got 392 gold up here. We can see that. That's enough to buy a builder. Oh, I know. Now I remember what I was thinking about. The question is, I could also buy a monument. Okay, I am with 360 gold. I could buy a monument. I'm going to do this. I'm going to buy the monument in Ottawa, and what I can do with that is I can take this tile and go ahead and start working the truffles right now. So, and I'm going to need that. So the monument gives me 2 culture a turn. So I don't. So my culture production went from 3 to 4 because I added 2, but then I took off the tile down here. So the higher that number gets, the less the +1 is impactful, right? So there we go. Okay, let's get out of that mode and go look and see what I'm doing with the guys. Okay, I really want to go out here and see what a little bit more of this land out here and see what I can find. We're gonna go up here and okay. Oh yeah, this border. I want to see what's up there. Bandar, Brunei. Excellent. Okay, we found another city-state. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That's great news. That means we've found 2 city-states. We just need to find 1 more. We've actually explored a lot of the map for having only found 2 city-states. That's a little bizarre. Anyway, okay, so Bandar, Brunei will give me all city-states have quests, and it's going to give me a quest. Its quest is to construct a holy site. Oh, great! I'm definitely going to do that. I don't know that I'm going to ever train a heavy chariot, though. I mean, I might, but hard to see that floating to the top of the priority. Like, I just can't think of anything better to build. Okay, so now we're going to fight this guy. Yeah, let's fight this guy a bit. Okay. Okay, we found that. We're going to start working back this way. We're just going to kind of work this stretch of tundra because hoping to find other. My plan is to go out this way and then probably turn north at some point. Follow this all the way to the coast and then go up and see what's on the other side of the creek. Okay, the warrior here has attacked me back. Okay, so what I recommend in these situations where you're mano a mano with a barbarian is let them do the attacking, because they lose their combat bonus on defense because they're attacking, and then you can also fortify and improve your defense, and also by not doing anything other than sitting there fortifying, you heal. So that's the strategy for fighting one-on-one with barbarians, is just sit and let them, if they're willing to attack you, just sit there and let them attack you. Okay, so new deals available. Oh. I have 2 truffles? I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, so I've got truffles here and I got truffles there. So the way that the luxury resources work is that only one of them is useful in terms of happiness. Each luxury resource will give 1 amenity, which is how we address the topic of happiness. They don't call it happiness per se because if I've they call it happiness, and the mechanic is so different in Civ 6 that I think they didn't want to confuse people by using the same term. So, amenities. Each luxury resource will provide a unique amenity, its unique amenity, to 4 cities. After, if you get a second of the luxury resource, it does you no good as far as amenities go. You can, even with 2, 3, 4 truffles, you can still only give truffles to 4 cities. But there is something very useful you can do with the duplicates, which is sell them to city-states, to other civilizations, and usually for quite a bit of money. Here is where this mod called Quick Deals is so important, because without this mod, I would have to take all this time to go in and query each AI, each civ separately every turn, and it's time consuming. It's a pain in the ass. But what happens is the mod will go through and figure out who's willing to buy it for what price, and it just saves a ton of time. So here we have, I'm in sale mode. I can also look at purchase to see if anybody will sell me a luxury resource. No, but I can sell my luxury resources. It's telling me that I have an extra truffles, and that Gandhi will pay me 10 gold per turn for 30 turns. So that's going to total up to 300 gold plus 6 up front. So that's going to be 306. You're going to learn to do this math in your head really quick. Although the app, this mod, Quick Deals, puts the best one, at least what it thinks is the best one, on top. So you can't just, you're not playing badly if you just take the top one each time. Now this 30 for 10 turn, or 10 for 30, that's 306. If you want your money faster, you can right click on this and it'll move some of the money. It'll change the disbursement of how much is in advance, but you don't get as much money in the long term. So this is 1 per turn for 30 turns, which is 30, and 206 was 236. 236 versus 306. When I'm watching people online, I watch YouTube streamers, I see them always go through and click to the money up front. That's probably the right way to do it. But I love, I run businesses a lot. For the last 30 years, I've run businesses, and I'm used to looking at what's called a P&L, profit loss statement, on accrual accounting. The reason accrual accounting is so interesting is it shows you what your true economy is. And I like seeing the money come in over time and knowing that I'm going to get more money in the long run anyway. I think I'm just being quirky, but I'm going to take that deal. Anyway, it's a lot of money. My gold per turn just went up from +2 to +12. So now I'm suddenly generating decent income for the first time in the game. And I got my great profit. Yeah, let's back up. Say that again. Down here, claim great person. Okay, that's going to be my great profit. There he is, Zoroaster. So I got the first. You can look at what's been recruited already. Oh, Sejong has recruited a great scientist already. Oh, yeah, Korea is a science monolith. Okay, so, but I got the profit. Okay, so I'm going to recruit him or her, them. They are in Ottawa. Now, to form a religion, I have to take my great profit, and they need to skedaddle over to a holy site, and that's where they will find their purpose. So that's too far away to get there this turn. Next turn we'll have a religion. Okay, well, let's go out here. Just look at that field of iron out in the desert. There's iron. Oh, how exciting! I'm really hoping I want to come back and see the Kree are coming through there already. That's not a settler, but if I get back there, I can maybe try and stop a settler. I'm hoping that on this river, there's going to be a city-state. Okay, let's go here. And let's go here, see what we find. Okay, there's more iron. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to settle over here, but boy, it sure would be nice. Some iron. A lot of nice tundra land. Nice long swath of, from a Canada's perspective, beautiful, productive land. Okay, the barbarian attacked me and killed himself. Oh, there's some more Kree. Just scouting around. I get it. Go for it. And we're going to keep... There we go. Okay, yeah. So, Hunza. We found another city-state, and it's telling me that gave us the boost for political philosophy. And so if we go back here in the civics tree and look, sure enough, we now have the boost for that. So the path is open for an efficient progress towards having a upgrading from a chieftain to, say, an autocracy or a classical republic. We'll make that decision when we come to. Okay, now that I have found a city-state, as much as I'd love to explore all this land, I really am going to come back here and try and discourage. I don't want to go to war with a Kree, but sometimes you can discourage a settler. I don't know if this is really true, if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I have been successful at, just by having a military unit in the path of the settler. First of all, they can't enter the hex I'm in, but they can't, one unit, unless you're on an isthmus like what I'm doing to Gandhi over there, they'll just go around you. But I do feel like having a military unit kind of dissuades them a little bit. Okay, I do want to see what's up here, because these mountains are surrounding. If I did get... Oh, there's a goodie hat. See, I told you I want to explore the tundra, because... See, the Kree should have found this before me. They should have been up here exploring. But the AIs don't seem to take much value in exploring the tundra. Okay, my warrior has killed a warrior. I'm going to heal this guy and then go looking for the camp. There's got to be a camp down here somewhere. And, oh, my great prophet Zoroaster has reached the holy site, and now will do the only thing a great prophet can do, which is found a religion. Now that we've founded a religion, the great prophet category will go away from me. I will. I haven't. I gotta hit the religion. Okay, so we went here. Now it's going to give me some menu options for setting up my religion. So let's do that. First thing we get to do is choose an icon. There's a bunch of Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Eastern Orthodoxy. There's a bunch of real world religions that you can choose from. Taoism. It's also, just because we're fun geeks, you can also create a religion. So you can pick one of these icons down here to represent you. And I'm really friendly. I'm being diplomatic, so I'm not going to choose a scorpion or a lion. I'm going to choose a tree. We're just sweet, innocent tree. But these down here, you get to choose the name of your religion. So this is fun, because the whole rest of the game now, this is the religion. I was going to choose the religion of maple syrup for Canada, but I got to think about it. That's really cool, but I think really, actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to, we have ice hockey rinks, I am going to choose the religion of ice hockey. That's, wait, spelling it correctly. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay, we're going to, for some reason, I'm worried that I'm just misspelling hockey. That's how silly. I'm just going to check and make sure I'm spelling hockey correctly. Yes, I'm spelling hockey correctly. Okay. That would be so embarrassing to have a misspelling of the religion for the whole game, especially a simple word like hockey. Okay. We are founding the religion of ice hockey. Okay, so as part of starting religion, you get some religious beliefs, and you might remember I was very disappointed that do you get primal energy for every hockey rink? Yes, Steve, you will see. We will get culture. almost as good. So the so we get to choose one of these beliefs as our founding belief, and the reason that I was so disappointed at not getting Dance of the Aurora is because there's a combo that's really nice between Dance of the Aurora and Work Ethic. So this is awesome. It's still going to be good. It's still going to be really good. Work Ethic, the Holy Site District's Faith Adjacency bonus provides production bonus as well. Okay, so if you're getting +4 adjacency bonus for your Holy Site, you're getting 4 Faith. Well, with Work Ethic, you also get 4 production. Okay, so now with Dance of the Aurora, where you get +1, we would have been getting +1 adjacency bonus for Holy Sites for every adjacent Tundra. And if you think about where I'm at, you can see how awesome that would have been. So that's why I was so disappointed that I didn't get Dance of the Aurora. But this will still be a really good belief for us. We also get to pick a second belief, and because we are playing Diplomacy Victory, I'm going to choose Pagoda. Pagoda allows us to construct pagodas. This will be a religious building. This is a building that we can construct in our holy sites. Not right away. We have to first construct shrines and then temples. Those are like, imagine there's being a hierarchy of buildings you have to do. In a given holy site, once we have a shrine and a temple, we'll be able to build a pagoda. Pagoda gives 3 faith, okay? But most importantly, they provide a diplomatic favor per turn. So this is a linchpin in my strategy for Canada, which is to build, and a diplomatic victory is I want to build as many holy sites as possible. I'm going to build a holy site in every single city. I want to found as many cities as I can, and every one of those cities, the holy site, I'm going to work towards getting a pagoda, because all that's going to add up to diplomatic favor, which is the bargaining, the money, if you will, for voting in the World Congress. Yes, found this religion. Okay, we got a +3 arrow score for founding ice hockey, the religion. And let's also remember that we also have Divine Spark as a Pantheon ability. That's kind of like your pre-religion is your Pantheon. It gives +1 great person points from holy sites, campuses, with libraries, and theater scores with amphitheaters. So we'll be getting extra great people points from that as well. Founding a religion gave me a boost for theology, which is on the civics track down. I think it's on the civics track, way down here. Yeah. Theology is also really important, but I'm going to save it. Why? Later. Yeah. Don't want to woo you all at once. Okay, there we go. Founded a religion. Ice hockey. Got a boost for that. Next turn. Oh, barbarians. I knew it. I finished Early Empire. By the way, when you finish one of the civs that give you new policies, those are the only times you can change policies for free. So you usually want to kind of take a look at this. And so I haven't looked at this yet today, so I'm going to take a look, see if I'm using the policies I want. Plus 50% production towards most units. I've got 1 military policy. I think. Oh, or maybe I want to be unit strength from fighting barbarians. I think. Oh boy, that's a tough one. Problem is, I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to build another military unit or 2. Okay, I am. And when am I going to be able to do this again? It's going to be 20 turns before I can change policies again. So I want to make a good choice here. Do I want the... Well, what I want is to make sure that I'm going to maximize my effectiveness at fighting barbarians. So I could take the bonus unit strength, but really the better solution is to build more military units. So I think after I build another city, this next settler, get him off the production line, I'm probably going to have to pause from spamming settlers and build a couple more units. So Agoge is probably the right military policy because it gives me that bonus. And then urban planning. Now I have the latest civic that I got gives me a new one called colonization, which is a plus 50% production towards settlers. It's probably one good not to think about too hard. Anyway, so I'm going to take that. So building what I'm building, military units or settlers. Those are the two things I mainly want to build. Builders are also really important, but I think I'm going to kind of buy builders as I can. Okay, we have barbarians. This scout might be from wherever this barbarian was from. There's got to be an encampment down here because we haven't found any other encampments down in this peninsula. There is a encampment up here. My hope is that this scout comes from one of those two camps. So when you see a scout, you try and kill it before it gets back to its camp, because then the way the mechanics work is that the scouts go, they find a civilization, and the scout goes back to its barbarian camp and tells all the other barbarians, hey my god, there's a civilization over there, and then they form a raiding party and a whole bunch of new military units disappear and they all go and attack the city. So that's what we don't want to happen. So hopefully also that's why I kept this guy close, so that he can come back and try and, but I'm on the wrong side of the lake. That scout is gonna get away. Hopefully he has to go all the way down here, all the way up there. Okay, so early empire. Oh, it's time to choose a new civic. We're gonna choose political philosophy, of course, because we are beelining to it. And we got another governor tile when we did this. Okay, so now that I've got my two, I was beelining to get Magnus with provision. My first two governor points went there. Now I have another governor point. I could get one of the other governors, of course, but what I really want to do is join one of the secret societies, and I want to get Void Singers. The reason I like Void Singers is that their monument, it's called the Old God Obelisk, and it is it gives additional faith, and I want to build a lot of faith. I really want to maximize my faith in this game, and also Chorus is nice too. In the medieval era, cities earn gold, science, and culture per turn equal to 20% of their faith. So it's basically however much faith production that I can build up over the next era, and actually onward throughout the whole game. However much that faith infrastructure is, 20% of it will get added to gold, science, and culture. So it's really huge. The promotions after that I don't really care about. I probably won't promote past that. But Void Singers. Now that I've joined the Void Singers, by the way, Void Singers, these are like Cthulhian mythos cultists. We're the ecstasy of Nylar Thortep. Yes, that's our. Oh, hey, my scout made it to this isthmus, and unless an Indian settler settled and is on his way over here, oh my god, my strategy might have worked. Oh, that would be awesome. Wow. Also, I'm going to go one more hex to here. Oh, Gandhi sees the mark of evil. So, one thing about the secret societies is that every civ will pick one, and the civs that are in the same one, you get a message like from Sejan, I see by your signs, and I am glad to know that we are kin. Okay, so that's code for, hey, I'm also a Void Singer, but Gandhi is not. So, and the Kree. Oh my, the Kree. I see by your signs. I'm glad to know we are kin. Wow. Okay, so 2 of the 3 civs I've discovered have picked the same secret society. That's great because it means as a diplomat, I'm going to have a better relationship with them. Or does that mean we're ready to be friends? No, not quite. Okay. It's good to just try and be friends with everybody when you're, you just have to keep asking. Okay, now I'm really curious what's over here, but really, now that I found a city-state, what I really want to do is see if I can interfere with them sending a settler through that. Oh, let's see what I can find here. The tribal. 112 gold. Nice. Nice. All right. Okay. Good. And found a new continent. Okay, it doesn't really matter much right now. Okay, so again, we're going to keep going west here until I probably oh my god, that would be a great city, holy site right there, surrounded by mountains, or a campus, either one. I know there's going to be a barbarian camp somewhere because we saw that galley earlier, and now we're seeing a scout. So I'm not worried about the scout. I don't want to mess with. My scout does not want to mess with anything stronger than that. So, okay, this guy. Okay, we don't want him to. We're going to try and keep him from coming in and pillaging my truffles. That would not be good. This guy's just going to hold on there. Start. Okay, got the pottery tech. What do I want next? Writing will let me build campuses, but I'm really busy building holy sites right now, so I'm going to take irrigation. I don't know if I have a plantation spot or not, a spot where I need a plantation, but I will. If I don't now, I will soon, so let's do that. Okay, he's going to sit there. By the way, every turn, it's going to ask me what I want to do with this unit. I could put him on Fortify, and then he wouldn't. Then the AI wouldn't ask me every time. It would save a little time, but then it's really easy to not see something that's happening over there. So I'm gonna leave it in that mode. And I recommend that when you play this, that you have ultimately, once you have enough units, you have units kind of in key areas, like where you have border regions, wilderness regions with other areas, and you have a unit in that area that you don't put on Fortify, so that every turn the AI asks you, hey, what do you want to do with this unit? What it really happens is when it does that, it centers that unit on the screen, and you get a quick glance and like, oh shit, there's a whole army approaching my border. I mean, it wouldn't have told you that unless you happen to look in that area. Okay, so I don't know where that barbarian went, but we're going to keep going around this way. And this guy is gonna really, we're really just trying to intimidate settlers away. Okay, here. Oh. I also noticed that I'm gonna heal. Maybe he'll attack me. I don't know. They tend to be shy with their scouts as well, as they should be. Oh, he did. Killed himself attacking me. And gave me a promotion. Oh, nice. Okay, so my scout has promotion. The promotion tree for scouts is a little different than, it's not combat bonuses, it's faster movement in woods or faster movement on the hill terrain. So I'm going to take hill. There's a lot more hills down in the tundra than there are forests. That also ends my turn, so that's the only thing he's going to do. Also healed him up to full. So, ooh, what's this? A galley. Okay, that's fine. I guess the dangerous thing of having my scouts sitting on an isthmus is that if a quadrimarine comes along, I'm gonna have to run. It's a complication of my plan. Okay, so now I don't want this guy coming in. I think I'm just gonna hills. I think I'm just gonna sit right there, see which way that scout goes. If it goes anywhere. Oh, there's a scout. Uh-oh. Is there a camp down here somewhere? Alright, I'm gonna go try and take care of this scout. If that scout finds me, we'll be in a big fight. Oh, the Kree are helping me take care of the scout. Good, let's work together on it. Killed it. Good. Okay. Nope, no armies there. Okay, so I don't want him to okay, so I'm going to go up here and then shoot. The archer has a range of 2, but it can't shoot over. It can't shoot. That can be blocked. It has to have clear line of sight. So if you're like on the plains and the person who attacks on the plains, but there's a hill between you, you can't shoot at it. Or woods. Oops. Just shoot at him. Killed it. Nice. Archers are pretty good early game units. Okay, we're going to keep exploring here. Oh, there's another goody hut. I think we should go over to the goody hut. Now, notice I'm moving. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm moving faster now. These hills only cost me 1 movement point. I have 2 movement points left, so I can't get to the goody hut because it's in forest. So it costs 2 movement points to enter that hex, and I only have 2 left. So I'm going to have to, but next turn, if I'm sitting right next to it, I will be able to. But because I have enough movement points, I can go here first. And oh my god, there's another goody hut down there. Wow. Which one do I want first? Oh, tough decision. I think I'm going to take this one first. I don't really know why. Just whichever one I can. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited about the goody huts. Hope I find something good. Okay, look at enter here. Your unit has earned experience. Okay, good. Okay, take it. And over here, I have a settler. Okay, the place where I have the most immediate near-term pressure in terms of another civ taking space that I want is really between here and the Kree. So the question is, do I go settle down here southwest of Hamilton to make sure I claim this river, or do I go up towards here? Well, the Kree is more interested in this fertile land than the tundra. So that's where I need to protect my interests the most. Now, when I select the settler, you see all these numbers that popped up as minuses on a blue chevron here. Those are all loyalty penalties I would get by settling in those hexes because I'd be settling so close to the Kree. Also, I remember here is where I was thinking about settling. That still looks like a good choice. I was also hoping to settle there. So I'm gonna go that direction. I'm gonna have my warrior come back and just kind of spot these hexes a little bit, just to make sure I'm not sending my warrior. Like to be able to see the hexes the warrior's going into, the settler's going into, before the settler actually goes into them. Okay, now we have to think about what to build next. As much as this is Ottawa. Ottawa has already everything it can build for its holy site district. You see under the holy site there is the pagoda, but it's shaded out. I can't build the pagoda until I have a temple, and I won't have temples for a while until I get the right technology that lets me do them, which I think is theology. I think I think it's a civic. Let me do temples. Yep, theology. So, which is going to be a while. Okay, so my choices in terms of building, I have my monument. By the way, because I joined the Void Slingers, my monument should have gotten renamed to Old God Obelisk, which does the same thing as a monument, but it's also +4 faith in addition to the +2 culture. Also, it has a great work spot. That means there's a mechanic, certain circumstances, great artists, great musicians, and great writers can create great works. The great artists create paintings or sculptures. The great musicians create great musicals, and the great writers write great epics and poems and stuff like that. And so but where do you put those? So you put them in like a museum or your palace. There's a couple places where all those things have to have a location, otherwise you can't keep them. And the Old God Obelisks works well with culture and religion, because you're going to build one. I'm going to build one in every city, and each one of them have one of those great work spots to put one of those things in. Okay, so back to the question, what am I going to produce next? Temple artists would be nice, but what I really want to do is build more settlers. But what I probably need to do is build just a little bit more military. So also I need to build a trader at some point. Now I'm also got money. I got really good income. I'm at +22 gold per turn now. I think I'm gonna build maybe I can just build military with money. I could get a trader. Archer costs 360. A couple turns I could buy an archer, but I'm also gonna need builders. Now I think I better go ahead and just produce another archer, even though I'm really anxious to get as many cities founded as quick as possible. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up with some. Right now everything's kind of mild, but I think there's gonna be some big barbarian fights. There usually are some, especially with how much wilderness terrain I have. Got to be ready for the barbarians. Okay, next turn. I have enough faith to produce a missionary. Okay, so what's all that faith doing for me? Well, what faith is doing for me is that I get to buy things like missionaries. So I'm going to go to Ottawa. I'm going to use this second from the right button above, down here in the bottom right, purchase an item with faith, and pop up, and there is missionary. All right. So now, by the way, remember we took the work ethic belief. So when I mouse over this tile where my holy site is, it's showing me that I'm creating 2 faith. That's because the adjacency bonus is only 2. That sucks. I took a gamble that I would have Dance of the Aurora and that I'd be surrounded by all this tundra and have a adjacency bonus of 6. But because of work ethic, I also get the 2 production every. So when this holy site gets done, by the way, now that we have, okay, we're gonna come back to that. Now that when we get to 3 population, we're going to change our production strategy over here. We are not going to wait 95 turns to build a holy site. Anyway, back to Ottawa. We are, look real quick at where we're working tiles. Yeah, that's pretty good. +4 foods, not amazing, but Our production is really good, and our gold is really good. Okay, and over here, Hamilton, we're working on food. We need to approve a couple of those tiles, make them better, especially down here. I want to get to this tile here and work it. Okay. I'm not sure what I was doing now. Oh well, let's just. Great thing is, press next unit, see what to do. Oh, I was trying to figure out what to build. Okay, I did that. Okay, so let's go out here, see where that. See what we see. Oh, okay, so we just cleared some new land. So it turns out, yes, those were legitimate tiles to build theater squares, and there's another truffles down here. It's too far away from Hamilton, but that makes me even more eager to build this city over here, knowing that it will have truffles, because those duplicate truffles get sold for good money. Okay, I'm gonna go down here and just get eyes on some of those hexes. Okay, so now what I want to do is go up to here, and next turn I'm going to go in and see what's in that goody hut. See what we got. Okay, this guy's healed up. Let's go see what's down here. Yep, I told you so. There, in fact, is a barbarian camp right there. And, oh, that's right. We were going to purchase a missionary. Duh. Okay, so Ottawa. We click this, produce items, and we can produce items with faith. We need, oh, we did produce a missionary. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Yeah. So missionaries allow you to convert cities. Now Ottawa, because I founded a religion, it doesn't mean everybody in my civilization is worshiping that religion. I founded it. The city where I founded the religion, it's like, yeah, gung ho, we're ready to go. We're signed up to worship ice hockey, for sure. But Hamilton is like, we're building our own holy site up here. Who knows what they're going to do? Okay, so, but my missionary has, when I've selected the missionary, if you look down here in the bottom right, it says one of the stats are spreads. That means 3 times it can spread its religion, the religion of ice hockey. So it has to be adjacent to a city that it wants to do that to, and it happens to be, but it's out of movement because I just built it, so I can't do it right now. But next turn, we will convert Ottawa. Oh, hey, Poundmaker has warmed up a little bit. They've sent us a delegation. That's great. So let's see if we can be, let's see, on our turn, let's see if we can be friends. Friendship brings me joy. Yes, okay. Okay, that's really good. That's really, really good news. So all 3 of the civs that we've met, we are now friends with. That makes it really unlikely that they will attack us. We will jostle for space. We are going to, compete for where we build our cities and all that sort of stuff. But they're much less likely to attack us now that we have, now that we're friends. Okay, I'm going to start selling back this way. I'm not. Let's see, we killed that scout. I don't know where that camp was, but I just want all these hexes to be visible. So most of your units have a range of 2 hexes in terms of what their eye line is. So this warrior can see out 2 hexes in every direction, but again, it's blocked if there's difficult terrain in the way. Okay, so my missionary. It's gonna do. We're going to do the spread thing. So we are right next to a city. I'm gonna go ahead and move up here and hit this spring to spread. Ooh, okay. It was successful. See the little tree symbol that I chose for my religion? It showed up in the banner here for Hamilton. So Hamilton now worships ice hockey, along with Ottawa. You see it there, and I got an era score bonus because of this. So we just started to do era, so my era score is not going to be great, but it's now 33. I have to get to 41 for normal edge. I'm really hoping to get to the golden age for next era, because the second era, what's that going to be, the medieval era golden age bonuses are really nice. Okay, we're just going to wait there for a turn. There, nothing happened from India. Okay, good deal. And here we have well, as much I could attack it right now, but what I really want to do is I want to get up into this more defensible terrain, because he'll attack back, and if I'm at that place, it'll be better. Okay, let's see what this next travel. Oh, production, a bunch of faith. Okay, so the scout is available for promotion. Okay, do I have movement left? I don't want to take the promotion right now. This is a quadrimarine. I don't want the quadrimarine attacking me and killing me. Wow, this encampment's almost wiped out. I wonder, how did that happen? Poundmaker must have sent a unit up here, but if he would have sent a unit up here, he would have seen these tribal hunts and taken them. I'm guessing there's another civ right down this on the other side of this corridor, and that civ sent somebody up and did some damage. But they would have come across that. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on. Okay, now I'll take the promotion. Oh, I can't. I'm out of movement. No, next turn. Gandhi has built a wonder, Hetmantariki. I don't think it's that amazing of a wonder myself, but okay. So I've got finished irrigation, great, and I'm going to go for riding next. It's the only tech that I have the boost for. To get sailing, I need to found a city on the coast. I'm not going to be able to do that anytime soon. I'm also kind of almost landlocked, so I'm not sure how much I care. I do need to find quarries and mines. I have the technology to build mines and quarries, but I need to actually do it. Okay, so this guy, I noticed its encampment was almost dead. So the question is whether I go take out the encampment, and if I do, I mean, I'm way outclassed. I was punching way above my weight, but this spearman is almost dead. So I think I can't do it this turn because I'm out of movement. But mousing over, you can see that I would lose about 60% of my strength, 55%, and I would kill it if I got in a fight. But then I'd be very vulnerable to the quadrimarine. Yeah, now I'm thinking I don't know that I want to do that. Oh, I didn't take my promotion yet either. Silly. Okay. Here's my settler. Okay, settler's almost here. Okay, I don't need this guy spotting territory with settler now anymore. I'm gonna go back up here to its original mission of trying to see if I can deter somehow the Cree from settling in my valley. Stay on your side of the mountains. Okay, let's go. Whoops. So now that we have, I've got 2 spreads left with my missionary, and there's another town over here. Pipikas says. So you might wonder, well, how's civilization going to react if you're going to start spreading your religion into their civilization? Well, it depends, is the answer. If they don't have a religion, I'm going to turn off those tags, clean up the map a little bit. If they don't have a religion, then usually they don't mind. They may even like it. If Congo is in this game, Congo has a leader in Benzagoga who loves, like, his agenda is he wants you to come and spread your religion to his civ. So, but if the civilization has a religion already, then I will not go in there with my missionaries, because that will give them a what's called a casus belli, which is an excuse to declare war on me and suffer less loss in the court of public opinion among other civs. So that's the answer to that. Okay, this guy's going to come up here, and we're going to start attacking that encampment next turn. Once from the better defensive terrain, because he attacks me, and he might do it right now during the war when it gets to his turn here. Turn this phase. Oh, okay. This is the danger of the quadrimarines. This quadrimarine just came up and thumped me. One hit almost killed my scout. I'm barely alive here. So, and also the spearmen attacked me. So they both attacked me, and and almost killed me. So I do get a promotion. So the question is, do I want to go into, if I go into that camp and use my I get my promotion, is going to heal me 50%. I'm at 24 health. I'd be at 74 health. The question is, could I take 2 hits from quadrimarine? Each of these quadrimarines is going to attack me back. But I get the I'll get an arrow score bonus for destroying an encampment. Plus, you never know. Sometimes you find other things in encampments. So I am gonna do this, and I'm a little worried that let's see. Do they have zone of control on me? I don't think they do. Oh, there's 3 quadrimarines. Oh no. Okay, so I got the barbarian. I got the arrow score bonus. It's probably worth it to lose the scout, given all the stuff I've got. Okay, Hamilton needs more amenities. And here we go. The scout. Let's promote the scout. Give him better movement in woods and hills. And I don't think I'm going to take 3 hits from... Oh, they might not be able to attack me because of the cliffs. Oh my gosh, that'd be funny if he couldn't attack me because of the cliffs. Let's look at cliffs. Not cliffs of Dover, just regular cliffs. It doesn't have an entry for cliffs. Okay. Well, by the way, I'm going to take this opportunity to show you something else. I set it up so that I can go to Google and you can watch me. So this is really actually important. If you're playing Civ 6, I always have a browser window open so that I can look things up. And I just type Civ 6 and then cliffs. And see what the rules are. One of the most common websites that will come up in a search that starts with Civ 6 is a website called Fandom, civilization.fandom.com. This is a pretty good site. It has a lot of advertising on it, which I find annoying, but this is the most common place to find information you need about Civ. So I'm always looking stuff up in my games. A cliff is a type of terrain feature present on hills, which are right next to the coastline. There's no yields. It blocks embarking and disembarking from this tile. Let's see. Enemy land units have great difficulty reaching it. Harbor. Let's see. It doesn't say whether quadmarines can attack through it. Well, we're gonna find out. We'll just find out by playing. But I did want to show you that it's pretty typical to have a search browser open to post questions. Oh, and there we go. There is a Cree settler. Okay, we're gonna just move up, try and scare him away. At least try and steer him from coming down too close to me. I think I am going to let me verify that this is the hex I want. Yep, that's the hex I want. Okay, I'm going to move in there. Well, at least he's not going to be able to stop me from settling here. If he was to settle like here, then I wouldn't be able to settle there because cities have to be at least 4 hexes apart. So once I settle it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, he could be in there somewhere. Okay, so there's another tricky little thing. I'm gonna wait next turn. Okay, this guy. Well, I'm gonna stay here so that I can convert my own city next. Okay, this guy's gonna. Well, we're just continuing to march around looking for barbarians. And the guys, nope, no hassles there from India. And interesting. Now I'm gonna fight with a scout and a spearman down here. If I take a little poke at the scout. Yeah, I don't think I poke at the scout. I'm not going to be in fortified though because I moved. Now let's see what happens. Oh, my scout over there died. So it turns out quadmarines can attack up cliffs. I was really thinking they probably couldn't. Okay, you know, that is what happens to scouts. They go out scouting and eventually they die. So I'm not upset about that. Oh, I just right-clicked on an encampment and now a barbarian encampment. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we have a barbarian camp right there. Ooh, I hope they don't come up behind my scout in there. Okay, and I just got my second archer on board. Okay, so well, we are going to go and mess with that. And I'm going to take time to build one more military unit here. I am going to build a spearman. And I have enough money for I'm up to 3 population here in Hamilton. I'm going to make some changes around here. First of all, we're going to build a builder. And I think Mahabodhi Temple I want to build here eventually. And I'm trying to remember I don't remember exactly what the rules are for where I can build this. Must be built on woods adjacent to a holy site district with a temple. You must have found the religion. Well, yeah, okay. So to get to Mahabodhi Temple, I'm also going to have to get the theology civic. And I'm going to have to build a temple here, and I have to leave these woods here. The reason I was looking that up right now is because I was hoping I could cut down those woods. You chop down woods, you get a production bonus. It'd be nice to be able to get my holy site in Hamilton a little bit quicker, but I'm also going to make it quicker by redistributing where I'm working. Okay, I can't cut down those woods, but I can work that tile, and I'm going to buy it for 50 gold. So now I can put something there, put a population there to increase my production speed. Could buy another tile and increase it a little bit more. Let's see, it didn't. Sometimes these numbers don't update right away. If I do this, if I play around with these buttons, it'll cause them to update a little bit. Okay, now we've brought that from 50 some to 34. That's still not very good. I'm really eager to get this holy site built. So I have 2.7 production. If I went to 3.7, I would increase it pretty significantly as a ratio. I'm going to buy this tile and work both of these. Now I'm down to getting it in 26 turns. Still not great, but that's early game. It takes a while to build shit. I could also. How's Ottawa? Does it have? What are its options for production? What's it building? What's it using? In some ways, I'm thinking that I might actually care about the production rate of. I wonder if I should move another. Okay, so what you can do here. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. With Hamilton, I really want to get this holy site as fast as possible, and I'm using these two have a low production. I'd like to get more production. I could work this one, but it's a lousy hex. It's only, I get one more production, but it's only one production and one food. I could do what's called swap and take one of these tiles from Ottawa, and that way, if I do this and work that tile, which I will, that brought it from 25 turns down to 21 turns. But what happened over in Ottawa, we went to working these. I think I would rather work this tile than that tile. 13 and 6. Okay, I think that's pretty good. This little micromanagement I'm doing is really important in cities that they're really kind of on the critical path and they're very early stage production, especially. You can really make a pretty big difference in how long it's going to take to get things based on what your priorities are. Okay, so we are going to. Oh, before I build this city, does he have? Okay, so here's a funky little thing I'm going to try. I'm going to build this city, and if I build this city, I guarantee you the Cree are going to say, hey, don't be building your cities so close to me. But to do that, they need 30 points of diplomatic favor to do that. And right now they have 35, and so I'm going to try and buy some diplomatic favor from them so they don't have enough to ask me to do that. A little sneaky. And so their offer, yes, I want some diplomatic favor. Let's just, I don't know how much they're generating each turn, so I'm going to try and buy 10 diplomatic favor. What would you like? For one gold piece. That's not one gold piece a turn, just one gold piece. They'll sell me 10 diplomatic favor. Oh my god. Well, I'm going to accept that. But I mean, this is amazing. Really? Okay, now that I got the deal I wanted, I'm going to, at that price, I should be buying all of his diplomatic favor if he'll sell it to me. Let's see. How much for the rest of it? How much for 25 diplomatic favor? can't accept it under any circumstances. Really? Okay. Well, how about 10? How about 10 more? Okay, what would you charge for that 10? One more gold piece? Sure. Not one gold piece a turn, just one gold piece. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it's kind of tedious to just keep asking, but let's see if we'll do another. Oh, you won't even sell one now. Okay, right. I mean, by the way, diplomatic favors is really important for World Congress when we start having World Congress. I wonder if Sejan made me really good deals on his. Let's go for like 20. See if he'll sell me a bunch of his diplomatic favor. 20. What would it take? One gold piece. Okay, it's because oh wow, that's crazy. Oh my gosh. Gandhi doesn't have any. Okay. I mean, it's tempting to ask for like 5 more and 5 more and stuff like that. But one of the things you got to do in the game is like, how do you want to spend your time? Okay, let's start this city. Okay, we've +1 air score for founding Vancouver. We'll be fine, so this says in Vancouver. All mountains smoke a little, right? Okay, there must be a volcano nearby. Oh yeah, right there. There's a volcano. 2 hexes away. I'd like to think I would have noticed if it was 1 hex away. I try not to settle adjacent to a volcano. Just, I mean, do I have to explain why? Yeah, not good. Not a good idea. But I'll build things next to the volcano. I just don't want my city center right next to the volcano. Okay, so... Okay, so the city, I remember where it's at. It's here is where I want to build the holy site. It's for there, but I'm not going to have enough money to build out there for a little while. So I also want to build a campus over there. As much as I'm eager to build my next holy site, I can't right here. So we'll try it. We'll work on the old god obelisk, and we'll ooh, interesting. To food, yeah, the olives will be nice, a nice amenity. Okay, so we built. Okay, let's see this missionary. Oh, let's have the missionary convert to maple syrup. That gives us another 2 points on our era score. And there's the settler. We're just going to kind of try and be in the way. Okay, I'm going to have this guy heal. Okay. We are sending our archers over to that encampment, of course. Okay, so now I have a builder. I can go and improve some of these hexes to make them more productive. I can't go down here where the woods are. That's like one of the hexes I'm working right now that I really like. My advice on builders, by the way, is to improve the tiles that you're already working, because you've already decided those are the best tiles, and if you can make them better, that's great. But a wooded tile, the way you make it better, you could chop down the trees and then do whatever you could normally do on a tile, depending on its terrain type. But if you want to keep the trees, you can't really do anything to improve it until you get the construction technology, which unlocks lumber mills. And so there's nothing I can do down here for that tile. I can, however, go and make this tile better, since yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, we're going to go here, and oh, that took all its movement. We're going to build a mine there. It's also good for the boosting. There's something, I think the wheel that I need to build a mine, improve a mine in order to get the boost for it. I'm gonna go, is that the Tabasco resource? Which one? The olives? Or, well, hold that thought, Packer fan. I'll be right back. By the way, thanks for coming, joining us. I need to take a short little bio break. Be right back. All right, back. Thanks for sticking around. Okay, yeah, Packer fan. What you say, is that the Tabasco? Oh, the tobacco resource. I said Tabasco. No, those are olives. I do have a tobacco resource. If here, I'm acting like it's mine. It's in my plans. It's mine. It is mine. But I think the chances of me settling that, getting it, are not better than 50-50. I don't think. Okay, so now, oh, there's the barbarian scout. Well, we're going to say hello with our archers. Hi. Yes. Congratulations, you have found civilization. Ooh, it's still alive after 2 hits from my archers. Okay, so we are going to create a mine here. And oh yeah, I forgot how good this is. Oh wow. Okay, tundra is strong. Normally, so that heck looked just like this other one. It was before I did a mine. It was 1 food and 1 production. Typically, if you use a mine on a tile that's hills, it has to be a hills tile to be able to build a mine. It would add 1 production. It would go from 1 food and 1 production to 1 food and 2 production. This went to 1 and 4, which is crazy, and that's because of Canada's ability. The last best west allows farms to be built on tundra terrain. After civil engineers unlock, farms can be built on tundra hills and snow, tundra, blah 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 blah. Mines in snow, tundra, snow hills, and tundra hills, all mines provide +2 production. That's +2 in addition to the 1 that you get anyway for building a mine, evidently, because that's +4. That's wow, that's great. Okay, now the number of turns until I get the holy site is 14. That's better. Nice. Okay, wow. And we're still siphoning off one of the good hexes from Ottawa, but that's okay. So, wow, that's really, really nice. I think I think I'm really liking my Tundra strategy, Canada Tundra strategy. That's it right there. That was what we were hoping for. Okay, so I got one spread left. Notice my missionary can enter a hex occupied by another Civ's military unit. It's just a lone missionary wandering around out there. And yes, Picasus is now have adopted the religion of ice hockey. It's great. You guys are gonna love it. We got these sticks. We got these ice. Oh, where's the ice? We're down in the tropics. Well, it's the mythology of it. They can dream of ice hockey. Okay, now we're going to, we're just gonna kind of, I think I'm gonna come up and buy this settler and see if I can just kind of intimidate him. I am not going to attack him. If he doesn't move anybody, let's say. Oh, he founded a city. Misanabi. Okay. He founded Misanabi. Now I can say, hey, Sejan built Stonehenge. Okay, I can say in response to him doing that, I can say, hey, please don't settle too near my cities. Trying to get him not to do that again. I can only do that in response to him doing it the first time. It's going to cost me 30 diplomatic favor to do that. I wonder if I could do that and just buy the diplomatic favor right back from him. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I didn't notice your city was so close. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, now let's see if I can buy that diplomatic favor from him. Let's just try like 20. I think with 4, I think they're not willing to sell back half what they have. For 1 gold piece, it says, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, now I don't want to spend too much time doing this, but let's see if I can buy another. Nope. He's offer blocking it. Nope, he's not willing to sell me anymore. That's just crazy. Okay, there we go. let's okay, we're gonna keep pushing towards this place. And okay, so let's look at, by the way, if I mentioned you can't build a settler within 4 hexes of another settler. There's a lens you can look at called religion or settler, and you see how all this land is red. It means nobody can settle because all these hexes that are red are within that are too close to an existing city. But you see this over here is where there could be more settlements. So I think that I've got him to promise, because I've gotten him to promise not to settle near me. I don't think he's going to settle over there, since he can't settle in this area, I don't have to keep patrolling this area. Now, there's some risk that he'll attack me, but I don't think he will. And I just have to make that gamble. Okay, I've got 2 more builds that I can do. If I can go down here and make another spot for speeding up production for that. I also, though, want to go up to Vancouver and start helping this city develop. I I specifically would like to get both of these olives developed, because the first one will help amenities. I do have an amenities problem. By the way, here's a good thing to look up every once in a while. Over here, cities. This city summary will give you a quick. I look at this all the time, and I'm specifically looking at the happiness column and the growth column. The happiness column will be in the negatives if you're down amenities. So in the amenities column, you can see more detail. It's telling us that Hamilton needs 2 amenities to be happy. No, it has 1. Ottawa needs 2. It has 3 because its capital gets a bonus of 2. Vancouver only needs 1. It has 1, so it's fine. So I have a 15% and a 10% penalty on production and gold, I think. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, it's penalties. It's not good because of lack of amenities. So I really want to get those olives developed. And if the population gets too close to what the housing is, here's in the population column, you can see what your current population is in each city and how that compares to what the housing is in the city. So housing, is that right? 3.5. I didn't know you could have fractional housing. This looks a little weird to me. Okay, anyway. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, what I was saying is, okay, so I have 2 builds left with this builder. I'm going to program him to move up to this olives location, and I'm going to purchase this olives location, and I'm looking to expand. When I get to 150 gold pieces, I can buy that location and start working on a holy site there, and that will be a holy site with a adjacency of 4, which will be really nice. Okay, writing. Okay, we have the writing technology. I was hoping to get the boost for wheel by building a mine. So this is mine a resource. It's not just enough to build a mine. You have to mine something that wants to be mined, like iron or copper or silver or something like that in quarries. So this is a problem for me. I don't have much in the way of resources that can be mined. There's the iron, but I don't have, for quarries, I need like marble or stone to build a quarry. I don't see anything that can be quarried. Certainly nothing I have right now. I don't see anything that I'll have. So there's an example of, there's a stone right there. It's 1, 2, 3, it's 4 hexes away from Vancouver, so I can't buy out to it. I'd like to buy out to that olive spot. And I just don't see it. I know there's iron out here. There. Anyway. Okay, so what am I going to research next? I'm a little disappointed that I don't have any path to getting boosts for these 3 items right now, but maybe something will develop. So I'm going to go with what I do have a boost for. I'm going to go and get horseback riding. Who knows? Maybe I'll build a horseman. I do have to have a bit of a military, like I've said, because barbarians are going to be a problem for quite some time. Okay, this guy's going to move here and shoot. It looks like Singapore is going to help me take out these barbarians. Singapore I have 2 envoys in Singapore. So Singapore, so let's look at it this way. I have 2 envoys in Singapore. One envoy, you see the little one above this. If I have an envoy in Singapore, which I do, I get +1 production in the capital in the capital and in every city with a workshop when producing wonders, buildings, and districts. Which that's mostly what you're doing all the time is building wonders, buildings, and districts. So that's nice. It's only +1 in the capital for now, but later it'll be +1 in any city with a workshop, which I will have some. If I have 3 envoys, I get +2 production in every city with a factory or consulate, or +4 if you have both. That's going to be great later. It's going to be a long time before I have factories or consulates. And 6, chancellery or power plant building. Okay, but the suzerain ability is your cities receive +2 production for each foreign civilization they have a trade route to. So this is pretty nice. I would really love to be suzerain of Singapore. They want me to train a heavy chariot to do that. How badly do I want that? Do I want to? I could hard build the wheel. See, I don't think I'm going to get that mining bonus anytime soon. If I build another city here, I was going to build a city up here somewhere. Is that it? Yeah, that is the place I was going to build a city. If I build a city there, I'll be within 3 hexes of iron, and I could. And I would like to build this city before the Cree. I don't think they're going to come down and block me because of the deal we made. Anyway, okay. Now I'm going to stick with horseback riding. I have not given up on being able to get these 2 boosts. I don't know where I get the quarry boosts. Horseback riding seems like a good thing to get anyway. That would be a great unit because it's fast, a little bit faster than regular units. So heal that guy back up to strength and then attack again. It's going to take me a while to clean out this encampment, but that eventually will happen, and then I will free up another unit for coming back and fighting barbarians. The barbarian. Okay, the spearman came out of the camp into the plains to attack my archer, which is dumb because now he's a lot easier to kill. And kill him I am going to do. I'd love to get the credit to get the era score by taking the encampment, but I think that Singapore is going to beat me to it. Oh, what's up here? Oh, both galleys. Okay, thankfully not a quadrimarine. They're probably coming from this camp. Boy, so much to do. So much to do. Okay. But you can see why I want money, because money is really good at buying builders, buying things that you need, buying tiles that you need to make your city more productive. Okay, so now I just improved olives, so that should have solved my happiness problem. Again, sometimes these don't update right away. Yeah, you see, I don't have the happiness problem in Hamilton anymore. It needs 2 amenities, and now it has 2 amenities. By the way, if you have at least 3 more amenities than what you need, like Ottawa's at 4 out of 2. If you get to 3 extra, you start getting productivity bonuses. Your citizens are so happy that they're working harder. I've never found that to be true in real life. Well, it is true up to a point, but at some point, people are like really happy. They start playing games and stuff, you know? I don't know. Okay, so we have a spearman. Good. Okay, I'm going to... Let's build more settlers. 13 turns for another settler. Okay, great. And my friendship with Gandhi has run its course, and Sejan has run its course. Okay, well, let's see if your friendships only last a certain length of time, but then you can quickly try to remove them. Sejan, yes. He wants... Yes, great. Awesome. Gandhi, let's be friends. Friendship. He certainly is scowling. Oh, now he's happy. Okay, good. Yay. Okay, we're friends with all our neighbors still. Yay, that's really good. Oh, and there is a scout. Let's kill him. Did so. And yes, Singapore did take that encampment. Too bad, but I can't say I didn't see that coming. Okay, I want to send this spearman off over here, I think. Since my archers are off to the northeast and spearmen to the southwest. Okay, this builder has one more charge. I'm going to go over here and get that next olives. But I really need some productivity in this town. Okay, 2 more turns, I'll have another population, and then I'll take it off of, start improving my productivity for that town. Okay, so this guy is going to go here. Okay, so we have water, we have coastline here, coastline down here. Probably this coastline connects. It's really nice to start to understand what the land around you looks like. Hard to plan your vast empire without knowing the land. Okay, so the notification log, the Cree has switched to Classical Republic. Okay. It's probably the one we're going to take here in a bit. In next turn. I'll get my advanced government next turn. I'm just going to pop up here and look at the lands I wish I had. Horses really like to pop down here. Well, we just got to keep popping out cities. Let's explore here. Oh, we're back to full strength. Let's attack the spearmen again. And next turn, I probably won't need to wait to heal. I'll be able to go right in there and fix it out. Okay. We have an extra olive for sale. Maybe we want to buy an olive. Gandhi would like to buy an olive. 10 gold per turn for 30 turns. And 306 gold. Oh, take it. Wow, nice. And my production higher ones. It's higher than 20. Let's see. Income plus 20 plus 10 from deals. Wait, I have. That's. What about truffles? Something's screwy here. Let's wait. Sometimes the stats, like it's saying you have this bonus or that bonus or whatever, sometimes it just is behind. It doesn't update quickly. Yeah, see, now my goal's at plus 30. And it's not because I've discovered political philosophy. I can promise you that. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so now we have a new government option. Before, my current government is I'm a chieftain. But now I have the option to change governments, and we have three options here: oligarchy, classical republic, and autocracy. And they all have there's pros and cons for each one, depending on what type of strategy you have. Oligarchy is better for combat. It gives bonuses for combat strength for your units and bonus on experience. The classical republic is all cities with a district receive +1 housing and +1 amenity. Okay, that's really nice, and more great person points, which is great with the culture. This is the one I'm going to take. Autocracy, this is really good for building a super capital, +1 yields for each government plaza, and your palace, and diplomatic. Each government plaza building, diplomatic quarter building, and palace. That's pretty nice if you have government plaza and all the buildings, but I really want the and bonus production towards wonders. But the other consideration here is the distribution of the policies. As a chieftain, if you look over chieftain, I got 1 red card and 1 gold card. That's 1 military and 1 economic policy. Now that we are a tier 1 government, or tier 2, I don't know if the first one was tier 1 or not. Anyway, now that we're the next tier up of government, we're going to go from 2 policies that we can have to 4. And the question is, what are those policies? And the oligarchy is 2 military policies, an economic policy, and a wild card. That's great if you're military, but we're not military. So classical republic, I really like having the 2 economic policy cards, the diplomacy policy card, and wild card. You can put anything you want there. So I want the classical republic, so we're going to take that. There's also we're also going to update we get an error score for that. Now we get to change our policies. So we did have bonus production towards settlers. We already had that one. We also had 1 bonus production towards melee anti-cavalry range units. Now we don't have a military slot, so we can't have that one unless we want to stick it down here in the wild card. But really, we built that. We built the 2. We built an archer. We built a spearman. I think I'm gonna be okay not building. I'm not going to prioritize building another military unit now, so we're fine just not using any of these military ones. We do have another economic slot. By the way, if you don't want to see them all at once, you can click a tab here, just kind of help you focus. So I like the reducing the cost. We're buying a lot of land, so reducing the cost of land is good, and we are going to start building some wonders eventually, but not just yet. I think I'm going to buy builders with cash. So I think the +1 production for every city is a good option for the wild card. I might change my mind, but let's look at what the diplomatic policies are. Diplomatic policies are +2 influence points per turn towards earning city-state envoys. That's nice. I'll eventually switch to that one, but the first diplomatic lead at the beginning, in early game, the first envoy you send to each city-states counts as 2 envoys. We're going to start exploring the map and finding all these city-states, and it'd be nice that as we find them and start fulfilling quests for them, every time we do that, we get two envoys there instead of 1. So for a while, this will pay off better than the other one, I think. I don't want both of them so badly that I'm going to supplant this. The +1 production in all cities is nice. Now that we have 3 cities, that's just going to get better and better as we get more cities. It doesn't feel like much because each city is just getting +1, but you just have to realize that, wow, if I got 3 cities, that's +3. If I get 10 cities, it's +10. I gotta refill my green card. My Armando mug. We have roads now. Okay, so we don't have roads, but if we did have roads, they would improve our movement. Good. Okay, so the next thing on the civics tree, we have the boost for military tradition. We could go up and bang it out. It's good for building cavalry units to expedite that. I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon. Mysticism is it gives you wild cards for increasing the rate that you're getting great profit points, which is really useful if you don't have your great profit yet. But I have my great profit, so that's worthless. Oracle is a great wonder. It's a really good wonder, but I'm not going to build it. So there's nothing here that I want too much other than I want envoys. Those are great. But the thing that I really want next, the big thing out there on the horizon, is theology. Theology would let me build temples, and it also gives me a really nice policy that I like. So to get to theology, I have to finish drama and poetry and mysticism. I guess I'll take drama and poetry first. Theater squares are going to be really important. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to build in the near term, but we'll do that one first. Okay, we took care of that barbarian. I'm going to start bringing these archers back towards my city. Let's see, this guy's going to come up here. And uh-oh. I've got another warrior here that I have to deal with. Okay, I am going to fortify and defend. He's going to attack me with both of those guys, but I think I'll be okay. Yep, there come the warriors, and there come the spearmen. Okay, now the encampment is empty. I could go in there, then the warrior would attack me, but I'm a lot stronger than the warrior. In a straight up fight, yeah, okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to go in here and take the camp so that he stops spawning. And I got 60 gold from that, and I got +2 on my arrow score. How's my arrow score doing? I'm up to 45 points. I'm already in the normal bracket. I'm only 11 points away from a golden age, and we still have 38 to 68 turns left. So I feel good about my chances there. We've accumulated enough faith for another missionary. So let's go back to our capital, and let's go purchase units with faith and missionary for 240 faith. Great. And I'll get my next holy site in 5 turns. Up here, we're at 2 population now. Let's take a look at how we're distributing our work. We don't have a tile with good production. By the way, before we forget, I'm going to fly out to this tile. That's where I'm going to build my holy site. And by the way, let's remember that our holy site adjacency bonuses are also production bonuses, so production and faith +4 that I'll get from the holy site here. But to get to the holy site, it'd be nice to increase our productivity. I am going to do that by buying out to one of these 2 squares. I'm going to get this one because it's a bit more aggressive in terms of claiming territory out here in what the Cree probably think is their territory, but I know better. Okay, so as I love gold, but I got a lot of gold. I mean, you can never have too much gold, but let's be realistic. 34 gold a turn is really good for this area. So I'm going to work both of these tiles. So I'm still doing a lot of food. Ton of food, but +2 food, +4 for production. And I'm going to as much as I'd love to get the old god obelisk built, I am going to switch to working on the holy site, since the holy site is now, like, since I have built out to where the holy site will be. I'm going to switch the order of these. In fact, I'm going to just remove the obelisk from the queue, just so that when the holy site's done, I'll make a conscious choice then about what I want to produce next. It might be the obelisk, but it could be a shrine. Okay, yeah, so we are, when we get some money, we might, there's definitely some forests here that we could chop down. And chopping down those forests would increase production, but I need a builder to do that. I'm not going to have a builder for a while. Okay. Still keeping an eye on that isthmus. And the archer's going to come home, come in friendly territory. This guy's going to come down to here. Yeah, there's that warrior did attack me. I'm going to fortify. I'd like to get into better terrain, but then I don't get to heal this turn, and I think that having I've got 20 health now. He heals for a turn. I'll be at 30 by the time he attacks me again. And when he attacked me last time, I took 28 damage. So unless he somehow, and now he's weaker because he took 23 damage. So yeah, I should be okay. Just see, it's gonna be. I don't want to lose my warrior. Oh, and there's another barbarian encampment. Okay, just east of Singapore. Okay. Well, Singapore's probably going to take care of that. I could send an archer over there to help, but I'm nervous about getting to. I really want the spearmen and these two archers to stay really close to my city, where my cities are, because the barbarians are going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. So there will thankfully be fewer and fewer places for them to spawn now. Okay, so I've got a missionary, and I think we should go spread the religion of ice hockey to the Cree. Continue pressing. Okay, let's also take though a look at who else is working on religions. Okay, so I'm looking at the heroes and great people area, the great people tab specifically. If I look under great prophets, it'll show me who's so the unmet, there's an unmet player that's got to 165. Well, they should have gotten their great prophet by now. Oh yeah, they do. Sejong has, let's look at it this way. Anyway, so unmet player, and India has 0, Korea has 0, Cree has 0. Okay, so let's look at this. All religions. Eastern Orthodoxy is found by an unmet player, Catholicism by an unmet player, and Confucianism by Korea. Okay, so that means the Cree still don't have a religion, which means I can go in and convert their cities. Oh, Bandar Brunei has been attacked. It's almost fallen. Somebody's at war with it. Maybe the Cree, maybe somebody else. Okay, that guy's not a quadrine, so we're just gonna stay right there. Ah, good. My warrior survived. Okay, he is just going to sit there and keep healing. Yeah, he's at what? 11 health. Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, just sit there and heal, dude. Just sit there and heal. Enjoy the snow. You're Canadian. It's okay. We're gonna start coming back home with this guy. Just patrolling. I don't think. Yeah, I guess I'll keep that until I get this city settled. Probably keep this warrior in that area. Okay, here we go. We are at Misanabi, and we're going to spread the religion of ice hockey, and they've greeted us with open arms. What is the... I was just looking at the quests for the city-states. I don't know if Bandar Brunei is going to matter. Oh, okay, so Pound Maker is the suzerain for Bandar Brunei. So whoever is attacking Bandar Brunei, which has healed a little bit, is either barbarians or my theory is that there's other civil in this area. I mean, since I have this warrior kind of close, I think I'm gonna be a little bit adventuresome, maybe with this spearman. Go see what the terrain is down there, and I could go up and convert that city-state, but it doesn't have a quest for me to do that. And what I'd really like to do is spread my religion as deeply, far and wide as possible among the Cree lands, so that they have less. Just while I have that opportunity. Okay, Hamilton is got their holy site, and I got a +3 era score bonus for that. Okay, so this holy site has a is better than the last one because its adjacency bonus is 3 from the 3 mountain tiles next to it. It gets 3 faith and 3 production, so its production is starting to be pretty good at +1 food and +11. Now that it has a holy site, I'm going to take a look at what I have it doing and see if we want to change it up a little bit. Yeah, this site. What the hell? I should be working this site. Okay, that was bad. But that's okay. What I want to do now is go back to focusing more on food, so that it can grow. You really want your population to grow as much as you can, based on how much how many amenities you have and how much housing you have. So amenities are going to be an ongoing struggle for me playing Canada, because I'm going to build a lot of cities, and each single amenity only helps, well, from luxury resources, only helps 4 cities. So Um, yeah, that's just something I'm going to have to manage. Ottawa does not provide enough food to grow. Okay, yeah, let's look at what you're. Oh, you're up to 5 population now. Good for you. And yeah, I think maybe I'm going to take back this guy. Yeah, Ottawa's going to reclaim this pasture. So it has a food problem. And I don't want to stop. I want to keep working those truffles over here. And so, yeah, let's work all of these. And let's also take this tile. I'm going to take this one from Hamilton also and work it. So now my food's at +5. I want my capital to get really big. It's going to be a struggle because there's so much lake stuff in the way. But the capital is important, and we want to grow it. All right. And Hamilton's not going to miss not having that pasture because it's got a spot over here that's just so good that they're not using. So, yeah, just fine. So a little bit of that manipulation. I kind of enjoy it. I think it's kind of fun doing that little optimization of production. Okay, so we finished the holy site. The question is, do we want to build a shrine next for another 2 faith? And a great prophet. We don't need great prophet points anymore. So I think we're going to Granary, 1 more food and 2 housing. Oh, let's build the obelisk. Yeah. I have kind of a rule of thumb. I don't know if it's a good strategy or not, but just build the monument, obelisk, whichever version you have. Oh, and we got envoys with both of those. Okay, so remember we looked at city-states, and Bandar Brunei and Hunza both had quests for, I'll give you an envoy if you build a holy site. I built a holy site, so I got both of them, but my policy, the first time I get an envoy in a city-state, it's worth an extra envoy. Now I have 2 each in those. That's nice. 1 short of being suzerain in all 3 of those cases, though. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so I'm going to go up here. Nice thing, by the way, now that we have missionaries, they're better scouts than scouts. They move faster, and they can go through. You can go into other civilizations' territory, even if you don't have open borders with them. In order to move a military unit, once a given civ has discovered state workforce, I think it is, or early empire. Once a civilization has early empire civic, they can enforce their borders. So you can't go into so for most of the game, there's just this narrow window at the beginning of the game. You might remember seeing my scout running around inside of a Cree city. Can't do that now unless you pay them to open their borders to you, which they'll do most of the time pretty cheap, but missionaries, you just don't have to bother. Okay, I think I'm going to that's fine. That's fine. This guy's gonna come around. Okay, so let's go up here and see. Yep, I thought that terrain that looked like another city, and sure enough. There's a warrior. Okay, we have another encampment down here. I'm going to program this archer to come up to here. I'm going to try and take care of this problem before it becomes a bigger problem. There's also a boost that comes. One reason to build a spearman also. It is better than a warrior, but you really need it. One reason to get the spearman going is that I'm gonna build. I think I have this guy stay up here until we get this next city built. There is a boost. It's the boost that gets you pikemen, and to get that boost, you have to kill a unit with a spearman. So obviously, you can't get that boost if you don't build a spearman. Okay, I just converted Kinoso Sakahitkan, and I have, with the number of cities I've converted that are now worshiping ice hockey, I have gotten the boost for Reformed Church, which is a civic way out here past theology, I think. Wow, past divine right even. Okay, yeah, I have 6 cities following your religion, so I just got a boost for a civic that we won't see until the Renaissance. By the way, we are at year 1525 BC, so historically we're well into the Iron Age? Yeah, I think so. Fascinating time of history. I love history. I especially enjoy ancient history. I think I'm gonna go up here on this hill. Good terrain. And especially the Middle East. I love find the Middle Eastern ancient history really fascinating. Samaria, Babylon, Elam, Hittites, Egyptians, of course. Egyptians are cool. Palestinians, the Philistines. Okay, we'll just stay there. And we're just gonna see if he'll attack us. And okay, so now that I have this missionary only has 1 spread left, what I like to do is I like to send missionaries out. They have 3 spreads. That's 3 times that they can try and spread the religion. I like to just use 2 of those, and then before using the 3rd one, the missionaries just run around as a scout, see more of the territory, see more of the land. The sooner I discover, more city states, the more city states I discover, the earlier, the most civs I discover, the earlier, the more I can work on my agenda of diplomacy. So, I found horseback riding. Will I build a horseman? Maybe. We should. Oh, we're need horses before we do that. Okay, I can send truffles. Who wants my truffles? Gandhi, 9 per turn for 30 turns plus 34. Yeah. Actually, St. John's the same price. It's tempting to okay, which one do I want to be happier? I don't think that the question of who you give deals to, it does matter as a way to try and convince somebody to be your friend, is to trade with them, even if you have to give them a lousy deal. But I think once you've done it a couple times, you don't need to keep doing it. You can just pretty much trade. I generally just take the best deal that's on the table. I don't think it matters much, as far as I can tell with relations. Okay, technology tree. We finished horseback riding. I am hoping to get. I probably will get that trade route full on. Okay, let me. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. Okay, I'm going to want to build this city here, and then I'm going to want to buy out to here. Okay, so I'm going to need money for a builder and hexes, or I'm going to have to hard build something. Okay, I'm going to, as much as I'd love to get that trading route, I don't think I'm going to get it very soon. I'm going to go ahead and build masonry because I just don't see any place I can ever build a quarry. So there's no use waiting for that particular boost. Yeah, Steve. Don't forget the Chaldeans. Absolutely, the Chaldeans. So, those of you who know me in my other aspects of my streaming career uh, know that Steve Conrad and I work on a fantasy property called Chaldea, and so you can go to World of Chaldea, CHALDEA.com, and we have a bunch of stuff there about the world. We've got Steve does a great job of keeping it up. Okay, let's see here. What do I want to build next? I think I just want to keep building settlers. Settler now costs 14. It's tempting to to pop off a trader real quick. No, keep settlers. I gotta go out and claim all this land that I am planning on using. So, I like the ancient Chaldeans have a very special place in my heart. I I liked their story from a young age. Created a fantasy world called Chaldea, sort of as an homage to that. Um, in playing D&D, I love religion, gods, mythology, all that stuff, and the Chaldea is where the city of was located in the real world, and was where Abraham came from. Oh, I was gonna not. Here I am chatting. I was gonna save that last spread and use this guy's account. That's okay. He converted a city. That's arguably that might have been a better thing for him to do. Anyway, would go on and, of course, be the founder of the Jewish religion, and but which of course becomes, as out of the Jewish religion, of course, comes Christianity and Muslim religion. So you think of all these, and Christianity is Catholic, Christian. I mean, so much religion all goes back to Chaldea and the city of and that's why I called my campaign Chaldea. Okay, we are finally done with this really long expedition down into this peninsula by this guy. He is gonna come back. Actually, he's gonna come up. His work is not done. His work is not done. He's got to come up here and see how and help the Singaporeans with the barbarian encampment that is just east of Singapore. Okay, there we go. We are going to okay, now I should see if I can buy enough diplomatic favor from Poundmaker that he can't ask me to not settle close to him, because I really want to settle down here. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. But if you say yes, you can't settle within 8 turns within 8 hexes, I think, or 9. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, I really want to settle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I really need to buy this diplomatic favor from him so that he's got 61. I need to have less than 30. Let's try and buy 35. Oh, 40. Can't accept this deal under any circumstances. How about 35? $32. I think that's the lowest number I can buy and be okay. No, he doesn't want to sell me that. Okay. Well, if I build, I don't know, what was my plan? My plan was to build there. I think I can build here. And be one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think I can build there. Okay, so if he tells me, if he asks me not to settle so close, I think I'll be far enough away here that it won't be defined as so close. Let's go ahead and settle this. Okay, I got my knowledge of sailing, the boost for sailing, because I settled on the coast. So that's cool. And before I forget, I'm going to fly out to here. And then I'm going to... Oh, by the way, there's amber here also. That's a luxury resource, so that's really nice to know. Okay, so when I get... I'm going to watch the gold levels and going to get enough gold to buy another builder. It's 370, so it's going to be like 3 turns. 4 turns. Okay, so it's holy site. It's going to be right here. +4 is right by the wonder. And let's focus on food for a little while until our population gets bigger. At least a 2 or 3. There we go. See, there he is. I told you. Your people settle too close. You should consider seeking land elsewhere. Okay, this is him asking me that, and I have 2 choices. I can say I apologies. I will look elsewhere in the future. If I do that, I gain 30 diplomatic favor, and he lost 30 diplomatic favor. I think he loses, or at least had to have it. Or I could say my people will settle where they please, in which case I generate 25 grievances with him, in the sense that 25, it's against me. Like he is grievous and not happy. So I will do this. He's also going to be really unhappy if it turns out that is within. If I promise not to do something and do it, that's even worse. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure about that rule. I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. Okay, so we finished the old god obelisk here. Like to get, eventually we'll need a granary, but right now shrine will be fine. Let's get the shrine first. And let's take a look at here. Pretty good. Could do this. +3, +9. It's probably a little better. Let's lock those down. We'll change. This one is locked here. And Vancouver is up to 3 turns. It'll be a 3 population. Ottawa is doing okay. We talked about cities and districts at the beginning of this episode, and one thing about districts I didn't mention is that when you first found a city and its population of 1, it can build 1 district, what's called specialty district. That's to differentiate it from neighborhoods and aqueducts and maybe something else. There's a couple districts that that don't count against what I'm going to tell you. But you can build one district and population is 1. You can't build a second district until your population gets to 4, and then every 3 population after that. So you can't build 3 districts until your population gets to 7. That's of the specialty districts, which is most of the districts. Okay, let's come down here and shoot this dude. Okay, nice. Oh, I think I can pick up that boost right now. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy, pick up the boost for pikemen or whatever. Military tactics is the name of the thing, the technology, and we'll see that down here ways. Military tactics. It's the tactic that gives you pikemen. So yeah, to get pikemen, it's a little easier to get pikemen if you've got some combat experience with your spearmen. Makes sense. Promise you made to you by the Cree to stop settling nearby has been broken. Oh, they broke it. They settled here at Moscow 2. Oh man, that's okay. So yeah, I have 91 grievances against them. So what the grievances do, by the way, they will decay over time. But if I click on here and click on this last out of this row of buttons here, click on the rightmost one, view the grievances log. I have 91 grievances against them because they broke their promise that they wouldn't settle near me. So if I were to go to war with them because of these grievances, it's a little less likely that other civilizations would get really upset about it. It's like, well, yeah, it's not quite as good as a casus belli where you get significantly reduced, more reduced penalties. But anyway, I'm just going to ignore that. I'm the diplomat. I'm just going to ignore it. And that grievances balance will decay over time. How many grievances points would the Bay of Pigs have? Yes, let's see, putting a nuclear weapon on 90 miles off the coast of your city. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Although, is that why Bay of Pigs? I mean, I think that's the history there, right? Like, we were upset that they were in bed with the Russians, and the Russians were putting nukes there, and so we tried to overthrow Castro and send in some troops, and it didn't work. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, we probably, I don't know how much sympathy we got. Probably the other countries in the area really didn't want Russian nukes in Cuba either, but who knows. Okay, let's see. I'm going to keep these guys kind of close together so that they'll be a little different. I should maybe, oh, there we go. That's what I was thinking I might find. I think I'll go here and then start healing up. He might attack me. I might have been a little careless there. Let's see. Nope, didn't attack. Okay, that guy's still fine. This guy's gonna go down here. This guy's just gonna fortify. Okay, well, the Singaporeans have cleared that encampment. Singapore's nice. Good job, dudes. Okay, well, let's start heading back then. Really enough faith to purchase a missionary. Good. Let's do that then. Let's do that. Let's do it. Ottawa. Missionary. So, does India have a religion yet? No. Let's see. Unmet player. Canada, Korea, unmet player. Okay. Only Korea has a religion. Okay, I think what I want to do is send the gospel of ice hockey to Delhi, Calcutta. Okay, let's see, do I have my unit needs orders? Did I build the missionary? Yeah, there it is. Oh, okay, so he's trying to get a little nasty with me here. He's trying to come after the archer. So the archer is going to retreat to here and fire at the spearman. And tempted to take out the site, but then it opens up the spearman to taking out the archer. Archers are, slingers and archers are very weak in melee. They're good at range, they're good at attacking at range, but somebody gets close enough to attack them, it's not good. No, I think I'm just gonna heal. Okay, this guy's good. Let's go. Oh, there's a Indian scout. He's gonna find out soon how good this land is. I think I better. Boy, it's tough. I don't know what to do. Okay, we're going to send a scout up to. Let's just program to go all the way to, say, here. Yeah. I love programming the moves because sometimes it just takes so long for somebody to get A, B. You just program it, and then you guys kind of forget about it and go do something else. I'm like, oh, and then the guy shows up where he's supposed to be. Like, oh, yeah, forgot all about you. All right, we got that encampment. She got us another couple of arrow points. I bet we're close to our golden age. 57 out of 56. Yep, we've got the number of points that we need to for a golden age. That's really good. Okay, I think I was gonna look at, let's check population, 3. Okay, Vancouver's at 3. It's gonna be Wafort's at 4. Let's see what it's, if we like what it's doing. No. This holy site's, well, 16 turns isn't bad. I want to get that holy site as soon as possible, so I'm gonna say, now that we're up to 3 population, let's move. Oh, we need to get we have enough for our builder here too. Let's purchase, not the tile, purchase a builder up here to go out and get that iron work. And we still have a little money left over. Okay. Can we have enough money that we can buy one of these this other 2? Yeah, we do. And we're going to buy this tile so that we can have both of these guys working, 2 of these guys working on 2 production apiece. And this one, olives. Okay, it slows our population growth down to 0, but it maximizes our productivity, therefore minimizing the time it'll take before we get to a holy site. And once we get the holy site, we can our production will increase significantly, and we can go back to focusing on food. Okay, and yep, this is still good, and this is still good, and this is okay. All right. Should have caught that a little sooner. That's the thing, you think, okay, in 2 turns I can do this, or 3 turns I can do that, but then it's just like the story of the unit that you send off somewhere and you forget about him. It's so easy to forget about what you were going to do. Like, oh, in 2 turns I'm going to do this, but you forget. Okay, we have another encampment that's shown up down in this part of the world. Fortunately, I have Archer and Spearman and will travel. Okay, I got an envoy. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I didn't explain what I'm doing. Okay, so there's a counter up here. This you mouse over up in the upper left, this thing looks like the Capitol building, a little meeple beside it. Number 1, I have one envoy available, and I get another envoy at 150 influence points. And I'm currently generating 3 influence points per turn. The influence points are coming from governments and policies and stuff like that. That rate will increase, but anyway, having an envoy is the only thing you do with envoys. You send them to city-states. So here are the various city-states. I have 2 envoys at each one of them. When you get to 3 envoys, you have the possibility of becoming a suzerain. To be a suzerain of a city-state, you need to have 3 envoys there and have more envoys than anybody else. So you can see, well, who else? How many envoys are out there? Well, Bandar Brunei, I can go to here and click influenced by. They'll tell me Poundmaker has 6 envoys there, and I have 2. So adding another envoy there, that's not going to help. I'm not going to be suzerain there. And the same with Hunza. Somebody's suzerain, I don't know who, is influenced by. Unmet player has 3, I have 2, Poundmaker has 1. Now if I had 2 envoys, I could put them both here and take it and become suzerain, because I would have 3 or more, I would have 4, and I would have more than the unmet player. But then what's the unmet player is going to do in response? Probably put another envoy there eventually when they can. Since I don't think I'm going to build this heavy chariot anytime soon. Singapore, however, is only influenced by me. There's nobody else there. Nobody else has found them, because they're way off in boonies from anybody else's perspective. India is about to find them, but I would like to go ahead and put the envoy here. So I put the envoy there, confirm placement. Now I am suzerain of there. I get a little era score bonus. The rulers of Singapore bow to Canada, becomes their first suzerain of the world, +2 era scores. So don't really need the era scores now, because we've already hit what I need for the diplomatic victory. And sometimes you watch and you go, wow, if the era's about ready to flip and you already have what you need for the golden age, sometimes you might avoid doing something like that, because like, oh, if I wait 4 or 5 turns, it'll be the new era, and then I'll flip the city-state and get the era points then, in an era where I will need the era points. But I don't want India taking it. If they discover it, they might suddenly decide, oh wow, we would like to be suzerain of Singapore, and we're happy to build a heavy chariot. Okay, start going up this way. Gandhi built the Great Bath. And I converted a city to my religion without trying. I wonder what it was. I wonder if it was Hunza. No. So your religion will spread naturally even without missionaries. It's just very slow. But it will do that. Okay, we're gonna come up here. I'm gonna get my. It's tempting to move my archer here and then fire at the encampment, but no. Get the spearman out in front of the archer, and then. Oh, whoops! I did. That's what I did. I grabbed the wrong unit. Okay, that was dumb. Oh, I have a movement point left. Okay, we're gonna come back to where we were. Oh my gosh. It's still my beating heart. And not for the other reason. For this reason of like, oh my gosh, I almost put my archer out there in front of my spearmen. With barbarian spearmen lurking about. Okay. Okay, my spearman is going to move up here. My archer is going to move one and fire. Spearman. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I thought I had zone of control, he wouldn't be able to attack me there with this heroine. He did, but I survived it anyway. Oh wow. Okay, so the archer. Oh, this is bad. Well, let's see if this guy can finish off the spearman. Okay, so what I'm thinking about is, what I'm worried about is, so I thought that the spearman would have zone of control and the spearman wouldn't be able to move from here around and attack me. So I was wrong. So if I take the archer and just back up one and shoot, then that spearman can get me again. So one option is to shoot, is to move twice so that I'm too far away. The other option is to kill this spearman. I could take a thump by an almost dead scout if the spearman is dead. Okay, so the spearman, if I mouse over down there, I see that the spearman would do more than half the damage necessary to kill the barbarian spearman. The archer would also do more than half. So together, they can kill this guy. Okay, so I am going to have this guy retreat. My archer retreat 1 hex, just in case there's another barbarian over there. I want to be a little bit further away from it. And then, okay, there we go. His scout's gonna come over and hit my archer, which I don't like, but scout's almost dead, so he's not gonna succeed in killing me. Okay. It's time to get our technology. So I got masonry. I'm about to get both of the irons. And where am I heading? It's a good thing to know where we're heading. I really want to get to mathematics. I'm gonna get my cities over there built and where that desert is, and build Petra. So I don't have the boost yet for currency, but I'm gonna need to get that very soon. I'm gonna have the boost for both ironworking and wheel very soon. So let's start on currency. I'm sure that within the next 10 turns I've got to next 12 turns, I got to get a trade route going so that I get the boost for currency, and it only takes me 12 turns to get it instead of 20. Okay, and what am I going to do for next? Civic. I want theology. Mysticism is a prerequisite along with drama and poetry. So let's grab it. And there we go. Okay, so watch this. I'm going to build an iron mine, and I'm going to simultaneously get both of those boosts for the wheel and ironworking. There it is. Both boosts. There they are. Awesome. And this guy is just gonna hang out. We're not worried about the Singapore. I'm gonna take a short bio break, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, we got a volcano. Halifax needs more housing. Great. Oh, my Swedish unit got a promotion. Good. But I'm gonna occupy this camp first things first. Before I then take the promotion later. Okay, so now that I am making iron, not only am I excited about the iron mine because of the fact that I have iron now and could do something like build a swordsman, but I can sell it, and I love having a strong economy. So, sale of strategic resources, horses I don't have, but I have iron, and we'll see. So yeah, I'll take 7 gold apiece for 2 pieces of iron. So now Iron Mine is now starting to produce iron. It'll produce 2 other resources are kind of like either have them or you don't, or they improve the tile, but strategic resources produce a quantity of whatever it is, like iron, that will stockpile, and your inventory of it will grow. And at some point you'll get capped out of how much you can store. I think for iron in the beginning it's probably like 75 or something like that. So I will generally sell it if I think ahead, where like, okay, I know I'm going to need, I want to do a certain thing, like like build a swordsman, then I'll save it. You usually need like 20 or 30 or something like that to do that. But generally, I just want to sell all that stuff. Okay, Ottawa. I've got another. I have another settler. Okay, so the question now is, probably need to go here. The decision tree is to go here for this particular city. I really want this, but I also really, really, really want to get up here and build these 3 cities. I don't know if I don't know how attractive the Kree would find this city to be. I think I'm going to send one. I think I'm going to go for these 2 first. I guess I really didn't think I actually had a shot, and I might not, because Delhi's probably learned how to. I mean, if they wanted to, they could have learned how to get in the water by now. And I think I really would like to. Yeah, I think that window is more likely to close, and is a bigger window than this is here, than this city down here. It's a bigger opportunity, and it's more likely to close. If I lose that city, if I lose this spot over here, I'll be disappointed. But I got a lot of tundra land over here that I'll still be able to settle in. So let's go for it. Let's go up to here. And let's go here. Let's see. Where's my settler? Gotta select it first. Okay, we're gonna go right to here. And we better send in an escort. Where's that warrior that's down? It's down here somewhere. Where'd they go? Here we go. This one come around this way. Okay, gotta send a couple units. Sending a small little expeditionary force out in front of that settler, and we are going to hope that we get that spot. I would love to get that spot. That would almost make up for not getting Dance of the Aurora. I promise I will eventually. No, I'm not going to promise to stop whining about that. No, not a chance. Okay, Ottawa needs to produce something else. More sellers. Yep. Okay. And 16. And we are wondering if we're taking production seriously enough. Our population is proceeding nicely, but we need, well, 31 turns to growth. That's a long time. 16 turns for a settler. I'd like to get to 7 population so that I could build 2 more districts, and then probably focus on production. There's no production tiles that are better than what I'm working now, although we've learned that if I plant a mine right here, that's going to change the equation quite a bit. Oh yeah. Let's not work that. Honey, come on. Let's get that guy over here. Okay, that's what we need to do. We need to take this guy, and Halifax needs to help too, but the capital's more importantly. So I'm going to get this builder to come down and build a mine here. We saw what those tundra mines are like. That'll help Ottawa's production, and then I'll take the worker over here to help figure out how to help build the holy site for Halifax. We also got these forests that we could chop. Oh, now, um, now Poundmaker wants to sell me horses and take my and buy my diplomatic favor. Neither of those trades are at all interesting to me whatsoever. I don't want your horses. I'll be able to do my own soon, hopefully. And okay, this okay, Spearman has a promotion. Let's move one hex because you need to have a part of a move point left over to take the promotion. But when you take the promotion, it ends your move. So should I move this guy? No, I think I have him heal there. I think while we're down here, there's a little bit of terrain down there that we haven't fully explored. Okay. Okay, we got the shrine in Hamilton. Hamilton is developing nicely. We have, okay, so we can't build anything else in the holy site. We've built the first two things. We will be getting, that's good. No, how long until we're going to get theology? Well, one turn we'll get mysticism. We've already got the boost for theology. So 13 turns we're going to get theology. A lot's going to happen then. We're going to have, we have to build a temple as fast as possible, and then we're going to build the Mahabodhi temple, which is worth 2 diplomatic points. That's our first big wonder objective, because it's worth so many diplomatic points. 2 out of 20. It's like 10% the way there. Okay. So, what should I build now while we're waiting? So if I have 12 turns, it's not long enough to get a campus. I could build a granary. Yes, I'm soon going to run out of housing. My housing is 4 out of 6. The granary would give me +1 food and +2 housing. Let's just go ahead. I'm going to need that. It's kind of like the meat and potatoes buildings. You want all your cities to have a granary, the monument, the water wheel, if you're on a river. Yeah, okay. Oh, my missionary is heading up into almost to India. That missionary. Okay, civic completed. Yes. I know I'm not going to want any of those policies, so there's no use opening it. Let's go on to the next thing. Next thing is going to be theology. All right. And send envoy if I want to. So I could send an envoy to Bandar, Bruna, or Hunza, but it wouldn't do me any good. And I mean, it would eventually. The more envoys, it gets you towards, suzerain status, which is nice. Or it gets, as you get the right buildings, to get the bonuses of having 3. But right now, I'm a long ways away from being able to enjoy the bonuses of having 3 envoys at either city-state. So I'm just going to keep the envoy. It's also, there's another benefit for keeping a bunch of envoys in reserve is I love getting about 5, 6, 7, 8 envoys unallocated, just keeping a bunch of envoys. The reason is if I get in a fight and there's a city-state that my enemy is suzerain of, I might be able to flood that city-state with envoys and dethrone them, basically, steal the suzerain status, or just make it equal, right? To be suzerain, you have to have 3 envoys in the city-state and more than anybody else. So if you just want to, if the city-state's attacking you because they're the not suzerain, the opposite of suzerain, the vassal of a civ you're at war at, then invest envoys there just to match how many that other civ has, and then you won't be at war with them anymore with the city-state. So it's good to have the flexibility to be able to do that in a time of crisis. But on the other hand, that also means those envoys aren't doing any good for you either. So, well, That's why it's an interesting game, is because you have interesting decisions that you have to make. Okay, here we do have a scout here. I think we'll just let my spearman play with the scouts and let my archer keep healing down there. Yep, there he goes. Run away, run away. I wonder if there's another campground there. Okay, I'm gonna build this. Oh, since I've built 3 mines, I got the boost for apprenticeship, which is another really important technology that's coming up. It's right here, so that's good. And I need to get a trade route. Hey, I think I have enough money maybe to buy a trade route now. Let me try that. Trader, 325 gold. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna buy a trade route. Trader. Okay, so a trader is a type of unit that you use to create a trade route. So the trader is literally like a merchant in a caravan, type of unit. And now I can't do anything with him right now. I just built him. But next turn I can set up a trade route somewhere. So I'll show you that here soon. And trade routes are a lot of fun. Okay, still haven't run into another encampment or even more barbarians. Okay, I am worried a little bit about not having much to protect my butt. If let's get this guy down here. If another barbarian spawning happens, it's going to be from this direction, probably. I mean, these guys are going up this way. The nice thing about the Kree settling near me is I don't have to worry about barbarians up here. And I got these guys way down here. So it's really yeah, so that's why I moved that warrior over to this front. This is the area I'm worried about right now. Of course, I have Singapore down there helping me out. By the way, when you're a suzerain of a city-state, you get desperate. If they got a decent military, which sometimes they do, you can pay them a bunch of money to levy their military. Oh, now there is a settler. Oh my gosh, I hope he's not coming south. Okay. I wonder. Okay, we're gonna come up here with this scout. We're gonna try. Where is he going? I don't know if the missionary blocks the settlers' movement. I just don't know if they do. But I'm gonna put my guy here and see. Well, this would be faster movement anyway. No, I'm gonna stay here. Keep him in the rough terrain. See if I can't block him, keep him from coming down there, that'd be good. We'll see what happens. I know the scout though can. Okay, this is coming up here. I think this is gonna be really close. I was gonna send my builder to help out Halifax, but I realized this silk never got improved. I'm gonna go down and do that first. That'll give me another amenity, which I probably need. Okay, so here, okay, so now it's asking me what I want to do with my trader. It's the next turn. So one thing to keep in mind, so trade route can go between 2 cities, and I think the distance is like 15 X's. So from Ottawa, I could go to where any of these lines are. So you see this line off to the east. I can go to Singapore. I can go all these to my own cities. I can go to all these Cree cities that I found, and they're showing up from in this thing that's popped up here on the left side, Ottawa to pick a destination, and they'll tell you what you get for going there. And so if I pick the Singapore route, I'll get 3 gold per turn. If I go to Vancouver, I'll get 1 food and 1 hammer per turn, 1 production per turn. Now, just as a general rule, trade routes between your own cities will tend to be better for creating food and production. Trade routes to city-states or other civ cities will be better for gold. The other thing that's also really important, 2 things, is that this is how you create roads in Civ 6. If you play Civ 5, you had to take your builders out. We call them workers in Civ 5, and they would build roads. So, no, your trade routes, and you think of it, makes sense. Like wherever the trade route goes, they'll build a road between those 2 cities, which makes traveling faster between them. So, one tactic is to set a trade route to one of your cities, or through one of your cities towards, like in this case, from Ottawa. If I go to Missanabie, it'll go through Halifax, and I'll have a road to Halifax and eventually Missanabie. By the way, if you're playing Domination, which is a more warlike strategy, it's great to send a trade route to the city you want to attack next, because it'll build you a road there. and your panzers can go down the road and get there. Yeah. I want to send trade routes into other civilizations as a diplomacy-oriented player this time, because it improves my level of visibility into the civilization. So I'm going to do exactly what I just described. I'm going to base in Ottawa. Most of the value, by the way, is based on the city you're going to, not the city that you're coming from. So there are some exceptions, like maybe you'll find a wonder that says, every trade route that originates in this city gets a bonus of this or whatever. But as a default, it's mainly based on the advancement of the city you're going to, and how many districts they have and stuff like that. There's a whole equation for it. Okay, so you notice that all these are pretty much either 3 gold or Pikisis has 3 gold, a science, and a faith if I go there. So that's what I'm going to choose. Or I could go to this one. Kind of depends on wherever they have the road, to be honest. Another thing to consider is the possibility of barbarians pillaging your trade routes. So the nice thing about going to Pipikas is that it's all through really well. It's mostly through land that is owned by either the Cree or myself, or really close to it. So the chance of it getting the trader getting attacked by barbarians is much lower. Okay, so I'm going to begin that route. Okay, so because I did a trader, I got the boost for currency, which is what I was looking for to get the boost. So I have currency in 6 turns, and then I'm going to start building mathematics. And to get mathematics, I need to get 2 more specialty districts. The boost for mathematics is 3 different specialty districts, not like a holy site in 3 cities, but a holy site and an X and a Y. Okay, so I need to prioritize soon getting a couple of other districts going. Okay, this guy's gonna go here and here. Okay, it looks like there are no, well, unless there's one right there, it looks like there are no other encampments down here for the moment. So I'm gonna start heading back with both of these guys. You know, eventually another one will spawn and we'll have to come down and take care of it. Oh, and doesn't mean there's not a barbarian. Here, because I want to spot that hex. Okay. And this guy's going to move one and then shoot at this guy. And take care of it. There's a volcano. And, oh, my, I have olives for sale again. Gandhi will pay 3 times 3 is 30. Oh, no, this is for iron. 93 for 90 for 10. That's a really good deal. Okay, I'll sell my 10 iron. Let's flip back to luxury resources and get the Gandhi, get the olives going. Gandhi's got the best price, so that's what I'll do. All right. One thing that's also good to do is check for purchase of luxury resources. So this is, I don't know if it's a bug or just weird, but I mean, if it's a bug, it would have been fixed by now. The civs will sell you luxury resources if they have extra ones for much, much, much lower prices than what you're selling to them. And so it's always, the prices are so low and so ridiculous. It's always been. Okay, his settler has backed up or stayed where he was anyway. And so I'm going to move my scout right up here. And I think I'm just going to leave my missionary there. Whatever that presence of the missionary did, I want to run with it. Okay. Yep, there's a scout. So he knows how cool this place is. He's not going to be happy. Did he get in the water? Nope. Hasn't moved. Okay, if he's not moving, I'm not moving. I don't want to jinx it. Okay, my friendship with Poundmaker has run its course. Okay, let's hopefully renew that. Declare friendship. Yes. Okay, good. I like being next to Poundmaker. He tends to be pretty friendly. If you're playing a friendly civ. Oh, and I can get another. And I usually am friendly until I'm not. So, even if I'm playing a warlike civ, I'm not warlike all the time. Okay. Missionary. Vancouver does not provide enough food to grow. Yeah, that's right. It's going to get its holy site next turn. Okay, we're just going to stay there. We're not going to convert anybody yet. We're just going to stay there. And where is I get my next settler in 6 turns. Once I get these 2 cities built, wherever they are, I think here. Anyway, once I get those 2 built, I can breathe a little sigh of relief. Assuming I do. I'm not assuming that's the case, but this settler doesn't get on the ball soon. He's going to lose his chance. Okay. Actually, let's go here. Stay wheel. Okay, so Vancouver has built its holy site. Yay. And this holy site is for faith and for production. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, but we need to get Vancouver producing some food again. So we're going to go to that. It's +1 food. Yeah, we need better than that. Okay, let's do that. Now it's +3 food, 15 turns for a build. That's still a little slower than I would like. And let's finish. I want to do the old god obelisk or build shrine or build a campus. I need to build 2 districts that aren't holy sites fairly soon. And I think Vancouver, so I have to build one of them in Ottawa and one of them in Hamilton. I mean, not in Vancouver, because Hamilton is going to be busy, busy, busy. I'm going to have theology in 6 turns. And then it's going to build a temple and then a wonder. So way back when I decided to have it build the granary, I probably should have had it build a campus instead, but I didn't. Okay, so Vancouver's going to have to pick up that slack. It's going to buy out to here. And this is a decent spot for a campus. Oh, no, it can't build a campus because it only has 3 population. Yeah, I really should have built a campus at Hamilton. Okay, it's okay. We are going to do something else. Okay, so well, I shouldn't have bought that tile, but let's go back to making sure we're working food. We're working food +3, 15 turns. We moved to 4 population. Then we can build something, and in the meanwhile, let's build the old god obelisk over to the next 10 turns. Or should we build the shrine? Yeah, we could build the monument first, the obelisk. Okay, those guys are gonna hang out. Great. Settler's not moving. I'm not moving. Up to. Okay. My goal is to get the archer here. That is a hills. It's rainforest and hills. But I can shoot. I'll be able to shoot over these hills because I'll also be on the hills. Missionary. Okay. I've got a missionary going up into India. That's great. But I really want to explore more of this land because I know less about it. So I'm going to have this missionary go to here. The barbarians pop up there. Oh, that guy's gone down here. Okay, we have improved the silk. So I was scared to look before. Now I'm going to look at cities, amenities. Oh, yeah, I've got lots of amenities. Okay, so Ottawa got 3 extra amenities, and so it's getting the boost I talked about, plus 10%. I wish I should remember what these happiness. What happiness here. in Civ 6. Amenities, I'm looking for the bonuses for... Here we go. Looking at the Gathering Storm, if you have if 3 to 4 amenities more than required, all yields increased by 10%. Huh. And if it's 5 or more, it's by 20%. If you're low on amenities, non-food yields decrease by 10%, and your population growth. Anyway, it's, who really cares what the exact numbers are, but it's just nice to know that I'm getting bonuses. Okay, let's go to here. We have another. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that there's minuses to loyalty. I'm close enough. If I settle on the northern coast, I'm close enough to India that I would get minuses for settling that close to India. Let us make sure this is where I really want to be. Looking at my map tax from earlier. Okay, if I build city here, yeah, this is where I decided earlier I want to be. Oh, thank you. Let's write. There you go. Thank you, Vapid AF. Appreciate that. Hi, by the way. Hi, back, by the way. Yeah, so the software we use for streaming, we're using OBS, and the way it works is you got a bunch of different scenes, and so to show the browser, my Google, the internet browser, I have a scene that shows it, and it just because I minimize the window, it keeps doing it. Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of. Yes, it is. I'll quit making excuses. It's fun. I just think it's fun. I think it's I feel proud of myself for learning how to do this. Yeah, this is where I want to build. So I'm very thankful to Marcus. We have our technical producer for Gen Con TV is Marcus Mays, and he is fantastic guy. Okay, we got the first settlement on Lemuria. Oh, I didn't even think of this being another continent. It is another continent. Okay, that can be useful. There is let's look at the lens of continents. Okay, yeah, so all this purple is the continent of Lemuria. Okay, cool. Just thinking way down. What expansions? I'm using all of them. I'm using Gathering Storm, Rise and Fall, all the leader packs. Because why not? Yeah, it's cool. I like Gathering Storm quite a bit. I think it's a great expansion. I highly recommend it. Okay, so we did it. We got our city built here. Now, I'm not seeing nearby citizens. Canada plus 17, India minus 6. Okay, I'm getting good loyalty. So loyalty, I don't think I talked about it much. I'm not going to talk much about it now. Just real kind of briefly is that you have every city has a loyalty factor, and you want it to be 100 out of 100, and that if your loyalty starts going down and it gets to 0, then your city revolts and it becomes like a barbarian city. And then after it's a barbarian city for a while, it could join another civ. It could join somebody else. So this is so it's dangerous. So the way the loyalty goes up or down, the loyalty gets bonuses by being close to your own population, and it gets minuses being close to other civs. They don't have to be enemies; they can be your friend. But if it's another civilization, the loyalty starts to waver. Yeah, and there's things you can do, like keeping the city happy is important. Amenities are important. If they don't have amenities, they will start getting unhappy. The other thing that can happen is if to help them out, though, is putting a governor there. That's a huge bonus. Just catching up on Vapid AF. Yeah, I only technically know how to play this game. I usually turn Rise and Fall off. Gathering Storm is what's up, though. I found if you don't build cities initially too close to other civs, it doesn't come up much in the late game. Yeah, it's that's right. If you're building your cities fairly close to your own city, each new city close to your own city, then your cities will generally be okay, probably. Although, if you have kind of a border that kind of like comes to a point like this, like let's say this is all your territory, and you've kind of got a city that's close to other cities, but it's out here. But then the AI has cities like this, so and those cities are bigger than your cities, especially. It can happen. You can end up losing a city that way. And I'm definitely breaking this rule. Like, look at how far apart Toronto is from Ottawa, and so this is dangerous. But what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to claim this land up here, and then I'm going to backfill. I'm going to build this city here. It's going to be really important. The next 3 cities I build, I want to build to the east of Toronto to really take over this whole area, and I want to build right here south of Toronto, so that I have a city with population reinforcement for loyalty reasons. Loyalty is why I want to do it quickly. I would do it anyway, and then I really want to get this city built here, and probably another city down here. Yeah, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I do want to build a city. Okay, I know. Anybody knows Civ's gonna be laughing at me that I want to build a city in the snow. Usually, there's only one reason to build a city in the snow, usually, and that is very late in the game. There's this one wonder that is crazy good for the end game for science victories. It's some sort of Amundsen Arctic Research Center or something like that. I think you want at minimum 6 tiles between your cities so they aren't overlapping too much. Okay, so thank you, Vavid. That's a great question. I think that is. It really depends on your strategy. So what Vaffet is pointing out is that because these cities are so close, they're not going to have a lot of tiles to work. They're going to be kind of competing with each other for tiles. But in my case, I want to build as many cities as I can cram onto the map, almost as many. And that is because I am going for a diplomatic victory, and one of the important elements of my strategy is to get a pagoda in every city. Pagodas are each worth 1 diplomatic favor per turn, and if I can get up to like 15-20 cities, that's going to be 15 or 20 DF per turn once I get fully developed with those things. I am going to spread out a little bit more, be a little bit less dense down here probably. Yeah, also Packer fan, it's difficult to win by domination. Conquered cities split back, and sometimes you can't do anything about it, even if you have an overwhelming military. Yeah, so what I've played actually more domination than any other strategy, and what I do is get governors lined up ready to go. And what I'm going to want to do, I have, right now, I have Magnus. The governor bonus in a city for loyalty is really high. I think it's like 8 points. There are also two governors. So every governor is worth, I think, 8 points, 8 loyalty points, or pressure, if you call it. But two of the governors have a really important promotions. Victor, he has a called Garrison Commander. Units defending within the cities get +5 strength. Okay, that's fine. Other cities, your other cities within 9 tiles gain 4 loyalty per turn. So that's really good, where you can go up and the city that you're most worried about, put any governor in that city, because that city is really close to the enemy or to other civs. And then the next city back from it, you put Victor with an extra promotion. Then that first city gets 8 + 4 is 12 points of loyalty pressure. Also, Reina has I think it takes longer to get to. Is it Reina? Or is it Amani? Let's see. Amani has Emissary. Other cities within 9 tiles not owned by you lose 2 loyalty per turn. By the way, that's kind of nasty. Let's see. Local informants, enemy spies, affluence. Maybe not. I thought there was one more governor that gives you bonus loyalty, but I don't want to take more time looking for it right now. Anyway, so let's see. Vapid was Rush Magnus and Surplus Logistics. Which one doesn't make settlers cost of production? Yeah. Good. That's what I did. We were just talking about that earlier. Great minds think alike. Yes, we have in Ottawa. I'm building all my settlers in Ottawa. I'm just spanning settlers, just a constant stream of settlers with a couple of breaks here and there for something else. And Ottawa has Magnus with provision. That's the one we're talking about. Yep. So there we go. I get nervous if somebody else knows civilization because I don't feel like I know it super well. I feel like I'm just kind of in the middle somewhere. I'm only playing on level 6. You know, I'm not like Potato McWhiskey and those guys who play Deity all the time. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. What am I doing here? Oh, Toronto. We got to figure out what to build. Okay, we want to build holy sites. So let's expand to here and plop down and build for a holy site here. And you can see that my my hope is to have a Petra, to build Petra here eventually. So we need to get to good production here. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, hold this thing. I didn't finish. I got to click on the X. There we go. Yes, I want to build a holy city there. And now figure out what tiles do I want to work in the meantime. It'll take 35 turns to build with only 1 citizen working here. I'd rather get to more. I would have to get to 2 population faster and then maybe 3 and then switch to production. Gandhi's complaining about barbarians or barbarians. Thank you. I do have a good arrow score. Well, the reason I got a good arrow score has been I've been spamming missionaries, and I took the promotion. I took the what's it called, dedication, where I get 2 arrow score points every time I convert a city for the first time. So That's good. For some reason, this placement of missionary and scout is causing this settler not to move. So as long as that's working, I'm not moving either one of these units. So I don't want Delhi to sneak their settler down here and get feisty. I don't want to be vying for this terrain. Okay, so let's get up here and we're going to start working on that encampment. Okay, this guy is going to come up here. Somebody built hanging gardens. Okay, good. Good for them. Okay, era, yes, era ends in 6 turns. I've got way more era score than I need. Okay, those guys are gonna stick here. I want to play this game long enough to see if I get that second city built. Okay, we're gonna go up here and galleys. Okay, they're not quadrimarines. Phew, I didn't. I always when I move next to a ship and forget to look, I always get a little nervous. We're just gonna wait and hit it with the archer a few times. Okay, this guy is fine right there. This guy's gonna come up this way. Off topic, have you heard of a game called Scythe? Oh my god, yes. I played Scythe on this show. So if you go look at the VODs, this show gets taken to episodes of my show up on the Gen Con video channel, so which is on YouTube. So youtube.com/Gen Con video. There's a playlist, Peter vs. Machine. One of the first ones I did, which is only a couple months ago, was Scythe. Now you improve 2 troubles. You've got to create industry around them. Yes. And Halifax needs housing. Great. One thing to do is if you have a city that's running out of housing. So let me show you this. If you have city, you'll notice that Halifax now is showing growth minus 50%. This is not a problem of happiness and amenities. This is a problem of housing. When your population gets, if your population lags your housing by 2 or more, everything's normal. If your population gets to your housing minus 1, which is where it is right now, the housing for Halifax is 3. 3 minus 1 is 2. That's where the population is. Your growth rate slows by 50%. Huge. If it gets equal, then it's like slows by 75%, I think. So when that happens, since my food is not nearly as useful in Halifax, then I will switch to production emphasis. And at this point, because why keep trying to grow the population while there's a housing problem? So, man, you play with. I haven't played with viewers because, well, not necessarily. Yeah, well, I play games at at home. I just want someone to play with. Oh man, that is the saddest story. Come to Gen Con. That's what you should do. Come to Gen Con. Or this week I'll be at Origins. It wouldn't take much to talk me into playing Scythe. That's another game I don't consider myself great at, but I mean the trick with that game is that it's like chess. Like chess has openings, right? If you know the opening for the combination of faction and player mat that you have, it's hugely helpful. But you also don't know, usually don't know going into a game. And who wants to memorize all 42 combos or whatever? Okay, let's there's a bunch of these I have boosts for. I'm gonna start working on mathematics with the hope that I get my 3 specialty districts within the next 15 turns. I don't think that's real likely, but we'll see. Okay, I need to get one more settler to here. And okay, I am just about done with that. So I'm going to get 3 theology in 3 turns. Then I need to start building a temple here so I can build Mahabodhi. The question is, do I want to build Okay, Hamilton. I could build a government plaza here. Take 9 turns. That slows down. That's 6 turns where I'm not building a temple. That slows down my, the temptation is to go for the Mahabodhi temple as fast as possible. Or I could build how long was Ottawa take? Ottawa's at 6 population, at 7 population. You can build one more district now and another district. You could do a campus and a government plaza in 16 turns. Well, it's going to take 14 turns before it can build a second district. Well, I wonder if I can speed this up just a little bit, but then I'm going to lower the production by doing that. Where can I chop? I don't have many chop options here. I know there's woods here, but I need him for Mahabodhi. There's woods here. That's a little far away to be very good. I could do some chopping up here and go back to the idea of building a campus. Well, I got to wait 12 turns before I have 4 population to do that. So the other option is, nah, those cities are too young to be helpful in this game, I think. I think I'm going to try to build a government plaza. Well, can I put it in a way that would increase my productivity on something else? Yeah, that's not going to happen for a while. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to have, this is going to slow down Mahabodhi, which makes me nervous, but I don't think anybody else is going to build it. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to build the government. What am I building right now? The granary. Just finished the granary. Okay, I should have started this sooner. It would have been better. I'm going to build a government plaza right here. That'll be one of the 2 districts I need. And am I going to go a little faster somehow? Okay, that'll be one of the districts I need. And then I'm going to build as soon as this settler gets done. That's another reason not to lean too heavily on Ottawa. I need to get that settler finished. Have it build a campus and let's see. Campuses like mountains and rainforest, it wouldn't be a very good campus. No, we should build a theater square. We have theater squares now, right? Okay, yeah, when it gets, yeah, it'll build a theater square when we get enough people. Okay. That's what we'll do for now. Okay. Oh no, goodness. I still wait a couple hours and you grew some. I did. Sorry I missed your call, Amando. I was still doing this. But I have to stop by 4 because that's when our next show is on this channel. We'll say 3:30. I just want to get this other city built. Although at this rate, maybe I should just stop sooner than that. Okay, we'll try and attack this, get this going. Okay, probably take out that encampment next turn. This guy's going to start healing up. Let's try and move things along here. I'm setting a spearman up here because I set this trader. Oh, the trader. I set the trader up to there. Okay. I thought I set it. Oh, it's the missionary. I set this missionary over this way, so I thought, let's send my spearman up there just to make sure the missionary doesn't go, stumbling into a barbarian camp or something. Okay. Okay, we got lots of ships up there, but the galleys can't hurt me on land. It's the quadrimarines you have to watch for. Okay, so this, yes, I can take the encampment. And more air score. Woohoo! Somebody built Machu Picchu. Okay. Another reason why I'm happy about building my cities a little bit closer together and going for all the pagodas is also means that many more holy sites, which means that much stronger of a religion. And religious victory is kind of my backup plan if I can't win diplomacy. It's funny. I've never won diplomacy before. I tried for it once and I accidentally won a cultural victory on my way. So I've heard somebody say the hardest part about diplomacy victory is not accidentally winning one of the other victories instead. Okay, so here's my other settler, and the settler is going to go to here. Whoops, I don't think I selected the settler. Select. I think that mistake last time too. And here probably. Yeah. That puts us within 3 of both of these resources. And we have a reef there. We could build maybe a good science spot. Maybe. Okay, so I got a promotion from this guy. Well, next turn he can try and take it. When pursuing diplomacy, avoid Austria-Hungary. Oh yeah. I see what you did there. You switched games on me. Okay, I finished my settler in Ottawa. Now I need to produce something. Okay, I think I want to make the theater square. Oh, but I can't produce anything. Oh yeah, that's the problem. I can't. No, I can. I can do one more. Yeah, that's why it's showing up as an option. So this is not going to be the great. Let's see. We wanted a campus would be better here, wouldn't it? Campus gets see, I've played this a fair amount now and I still don't have all these adjacencies memorized. Science adjacency bonus for campus, grass, mountains. Yeah, mountains, rainforest, every 2 districts, Great Barrier Reef, Government Plaza, geothermal fissure, and reef. Okay, but not wonders. So it's the only thing that gets a bonus for wonder is the thing we built somewhere else. Okay. Where do I want to build it then? Well, I guess I'll stick with the strategy. I'm eventually going to build a water. I'm thinking I'll build a water park here to give this a bonus. I could easily also though do. I don't know why I have 4 theater tax here. I'm only going to build 3. Okay, so I think I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to put a tack of a entertainment district here. Entertainment complex there. That will give each of these +2, and that's it's not going to be a great theater square, but it's going to be important. Okay, let's do it. Theater square here. Okay, so in 10 turns I will have 3 different districts, and that will give me the boost for mathematics, which will shave, I'm going to have about 3 turns to spare in terms of getting that boost for mathematics. That's great. Okay, Archer, okay, let's go. Just going to sit there and heal. Again, that settler ain't moving. Whoever blinks first loses. We're not moving. You're not moving. We're not moving. Sometimes this happens with AIs where they'll just get kind of stuck, and based on where you have a guy, where they have their guy, they just like, no, we're just not gonna go anywhere. Okay, good. You can use that to your advantage. I don't know what causes that, or if I'm just imagining it. Maybe if I left, maybe the settler would still sit there, but I'm not going to jinx it. Archer units available for promotion. Oh, I already fired him. Okay. Okay, we are taking the religion of ice hockey to the Korea. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, you're welcome. Yes. Thank you. Sure, you're welcome. Oops. Okay, da da da. I really wanted to get to theology today. So we have theology. This will give me the ability to build a temple. And when I build the temple in Hamilton, after I build that, I can build the Mahabodhi temple, which is worth 2 diplomatic points, and it gives me two apostles too. It's a nice little bonus, but it's really the diplomatic points that I want. I also pick up a new policy called Scripture. Let's look at this policy. Scripture. All right, pay attention, class. Scripture plus 100% holy site adjacency bonuses. So all those places that we're getting 2, 4, 5, whatever adjacency bonuses because of work ethic, we're getting that much in production. Now both of those numbers are going to double. So proud of myself. This is a nice little combo. Okay, and that's going to be worth way more than the +1 production across pro tour pro tier or pro tour. Yeah. I've been on the Pro Tour before. I've been on the Magic Pro Tour. I mean, not as a player, but I've been on it. Okay, civics tree. Okay, so we were beeline towards theology. We got it. The next big thing for in terms of civics, the next priority is going to be, let's see. Okay, it's really civil service and civil engineering are the most important ones to come. So civil service is going to let us create alliances. So we have declared friendships with the three civs that we've met. When we can promote those to alliances, we'll get further visibility into those civs' agendas and what they are doing. Like we'll get notices if they start working on a wonder, for instance, that we're also interested in working on. Um, but also we will accrue diplomatic favor. We are now accruing 2 diplomatic favor per turn, which is not very much. We're getting 1 from our tier 1 government, and we're getting 1 from being the suzerain of Singapore. So we will be allied with as many people as we can to get those numbers higher. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, I forgot to actually pick it. So given that civil service is a priority, still going to take us a long time to get it. I don't know that we're going to beeline towards it. I think we'll pick up a couple of these ones that are sitting there cheap. Just because. Okay, I got 2 more envoys. We're not going to spend those envoys. Again, we're going to keep those for... Oh, there's a barbarian. Oh, did I miss a notice? There's a barbarian camp over there. Okay. Your work is never done, really, when it comes to the barbarians. This just continues to be a thing. But I like it. I enjoy going after the barbarians. It's fun. Let's get these attacks turned off. Okay, we're just going to come back. Okay, let's see here. So archers don't do well against ships, but like only 15 points of damage, not nearly as exciting as shooting at scouts. Archers just don't do very well against ships. There's a promotion that makes them do a lot better, but we don't have that yet. So, but there's nothing else to shoot at, and we got plenty of arrows, so why not? We are barbarians approaching. Okay, yeah, sure enough. Ooh, I better be careful. There's that. Oh yeah, I gotta be really careful. I mean, I'm gonna try and kill this scout, but this scout will survive. It did, and it sees that settler. Okay, instead of having fun with these ships, we need to come back and escort the settler to where it's going. This is going to put a delay on things. Okay, so I think I've probably got to run back into my city here. Well, I can't quite get there. You know? No, okay, so if I go... the scout has a movement rate of 3, I believe. So if I go here, then it's going to go here, and the next turn I can go there, and it'll go 1, 2, 3 to there. Then the turn after that I can go here, and the scout can take me. But in the meantime, this guy is going to come down close. Okay, this is going to get a little ballsy. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep going. I actually expect that he's going to take my settler, but then I'm going to take it back. Because if I hide, then I'll lose all that time. If I keep going and he takes the settler, but then I get it back, the settler will have been already closer to the city. So this will be a little risky. Be fun to find out. Okay, let's see if we can bring the worship of ice hockey. Yes, ice hockey. Bukasco Cassian now worships the religion of ice hockey. Yes, and The settler hasn't moved, so we're not moving either. Every turn that settler sits there, instead of going off to build another Indian city, is a turn of victory for me. I'm calling that a win. Okay, let's. Wait, did I? I did actually change that, right? Yeah, I did put the holy site bonus. Okay, so by the way, it is fun to just look at that and make sure. Like my best holy site right now is this one here. I mouse over it. It's getting that one tile's. It's got a production of 16, 8 faith, and 8 production. And you notice my faith production is now plus 40 a turn. So it's just getting better and better. And okay, my friendship with Gandhi has run its course, needs to be renewed. Same with Sejan. Okay, so let's redo. Let's hopefully they agree. Yes. And let's do Gandhi. Declare friendship. Okay, great. We love being friends with you guys. And the Void Singers, the plan of the Void Singers advances to its next phase. Opening up more advanced promotion for your governor contract. Okay, so looking at governors, I don't have any titles available. When I get a title, I can spend it on chorus, which unlocks, which really increases gold, science, and culture by 20% of my faith. So like right now, I've got faith of 4 plus 40. 20% of that is 8. That would almost double my rate of science and culture. Yeah, not bad. I also need other governors out, so I'm definitely going to have pressure for that. Now, one nice thing I mentioned is I'm building the Governor Plaza. Also, recorded history will give me another governor title. The Governor Plaza, when I build it, I will also get I think I will get a governor title when I get it. Yep. And I'll be able to build a building in the Governor Plaza that gives me another promotion. But I'm going to have other things I need to build instead. Okay, so I've got my era. We're in a new era, and I'm in the golden age. And so I get to choose between these 4 different options as a dedication for this age. And I love monumentality in this particular age. It's +2 movement for all builders. That's handy. But may purchase civilian units with faith. Builders and settlers are 30% cheaper to purchase with faith and gold. So I've been using my faith to build missionaries. I am going to pivot and I might build 1 or 2 more missionaries to really try and settle more of the Cree lands. But I'm going to be able to build settlers and builders with faith instead of just with gold. And I'll get a 30% discount. Yeah, access. So there we go. It does mean that the next age, I have less chance of getting a golden age probably than this time. But this is the one that I think is really, really good. Okay, increase enough for missionary. Oh, it's interesting. Where did that scout? The scout didn't follow my settler like I thought it would. So it's probably over here. Yeah, there it is. Well, that's really interesting. I was kind of looking forward to seeing if that would have worked well for me. Whoops, did I not make the dedication? Monumentality. Confirm. There we go. Okay. Okay, we got that. Oh, whenever you go new era, the city-state quests update. So it's always a good habit to go in and look at. Okay, so now Bandar Brunei wants a great general. That's not going to happen. Hunza wants a trade route. So if I send Hunza a trade route, I get an envoy there. And Singapore still wants the heavy really wants that heavy chariot. Come on, man, it'd be so much fun. Build a heavy chariot, let's do it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna see if they can build another city here. Nope, they did. Do I have movement left? No. Okay, well, we'll spread the scripture of ice hockey later. Okay, maybe I don't need to send this down here. I'm gonna send this archer down there anyway, just for the heck of it. Okay, boom. I know I've been running this stream since 9. It's almost, oh my god, almost 6 hours. Okay, I am going to stop this by 3:30 because we do have a show at 4, so I'm going to get time for that change. Okay, we have our first World Congress. This actually might be a good time to pause, to stop for today, because I should really, this deserves some explanation. And I haven't really talked about World Congress. That's also a good excuse to talk about the diplomatic victory. I've said diplomatic victory, you need 20 diplomatic victory points to win. How are those? How do you get them? All that stuff like that. So we really need to, the next big topic, which we will open our show with next week, will be the getting into the nitty-gritty of how you get a diplomatic victory, which mainly is around building the right wonders and the World Congress. And the World Congress is all about diplomatic favor and how to maximize diplomatic favor and how to vote on these resolutions. And we will cover all of that in the show. And I'm starting to get hoarse, so this is a good time to stop. We'll cover all that next week. I think that it's fair. I think I've got a really good chance of getting this second city. And the good news is the Cree haven't expanded further into the tundra, so I might have some opportunities out here. And once I lock down my frontier, like once I get these 2 cities built and build out these cities, then I might start going this way. I don't know. But at some point, I will have sort of established my border as aggressively and far out from my capital as possible by just building cities. And then after that, I'll backfill. I'll build, I've got all this territory in my rear lines. I got this whole peninsula down here to develop. And this area here to develop, because once the map kind of gets populated from cities, then building more cities becomes really, really difficult. So that's why the early rush to grab as much territory as possible. All right, getting to the nitty-gritty of attaining a diplomatic victory. That's right. Thank you, Armando. Hey, thank you for coming to watch. Thank you, Armando. Always a pleasure. Steve, it's always a pleasure. And great, Vapid AF. First time on this show. Thank you for coming by and for making so many comments. And also, let's see, there was Packer fan. Yes. By the way, I said we were talking about the Green Bay Packers, and I'm with you. I always like Green Bay Packers. Something about it. I never lived in Minnesota, but something about the Green Bay Packers just always, I guess always felt like Green Bay is kind of a small city compared to cities like Chicago and New York and stuff. So anytime you have a smaller city that's got a really legendary sports team, I just think that's cool. So I don't know, maybe it's not Packer that you're referring to, but appreciate you coming back. All right, guys, have a good week. I'll see you next Monday. I'm also on Table Takes every Friday afternoon at 2 p.m. Pacific time if you want to. That's Gen Con's weekly tabletop gaming news show. If you want to stop by there, see us. And we got a lot of other Gen Con TV shows. So if you like, stick around. We'd love for you to become a regular of our channel. All right, I am going to do the thanks for watching screen. Thank you for watching.